Welcome to our course of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. We're going to learn about a lot of things in this course. So without any further ado, let's learn by knowing about the description. We welcome you to the Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design essentials course. In this comprehensive program, you will learn how to harness the power of Adobe Photoshop to create stunning and unique t-shirt designs. Whether you're a budding graphic designer, an entrepreneur looking to start your own apparel brand, or simply someone who wants to explore the creative world of t-shirt design, this course is tailored to meet your needs. So what we will learn, we're going to master Adobe Photoshop. Basically, you will learn the fundamentals of Adobe Photoshop, including its interface, tools, and essential features. We will guide you through the software, ensuring you are comfortable and confident in using it for t-shirt design, which is one of the main things. Design fundamentals. Develop a strong foundation in designing principles such as color theory, typography, and composition. Understanding these concepts is crucial for creating visually appealing and balanced t-shirt designs. T-shirt design technique. Learn the specific technique and skills required to design for t-shirts. This includes creating designs for different garment size and understanding the limitation and possibilities of screen printing and direct-to-garment DTG printing. Image manipulation. Gain expertise in image manipulation, including resizing, cropping, and combining images to create compelling t-shirt designs. Preparing for printing. Get a comprehensive understanding of how to prepare your design for printing, including file formats, color modes, and resolution requirements. Professional portfolio. By the end of this course, you will have a portfolio of impressive t-shirt designs to showcase your skills and attract potential clients or employers. Custom graphics. Learn how to design custom graphics, logos, and illustrations that suit your design vision. You will explore various design elements to make your t-shirt stand out. Text and typography. Discover how to effectively use text and typography to convey messages, slogans, and branding on your t-shirt design. We will cover font selection, text effects, and also layout. And even though whatever elements we use, including fonts, will be given in our resource file. Design inspiration. Understand where to find design inspiration, including market research, trend, and cultural influences. You'll also learn how to brainstorm and develop your design concept. Mockups and presentation. Learn how to present your t-shirt design to clients and stakeholders using mockups. We also explore techniques for creating realistic product images. Let's learn about the course format. Well, this course is delivered through a combination of video tutorials, hand-on practical exercises, and a bit of quizzes. You'll have the opportunity to work on real-world design projects and receive feedbacks to enhance your skills. Additionally, there will be forums for discussions and question and answer sessions to ensure you have the support you need throughout your learning. But please let us know if you are facing any problem and we will guide you through the whole process. So remember that. Then, the prerequisites. No prior design or Adobe Photoshop experience is required to enroll in this course. So even if you don't know anything about Adobe Photoshop, still you can join us in this course. All you need is a computer with Adobe Photoshop installed and a passion for design. So, by the end of this course, you'll be equipped with knowledge and skills to create stunning t-shirt designs using Adobe Photoshop, making you a valuable asset in the world of apparel design. So, are you ready to unleash your creativity and embark on this exciting journey into t-shirt design? So let's get started. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to see you on my first lesson of the introduction to Adobe Photoshop and its interface. Welcome to our course on Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Well, welcome to the first lesson of this course. So the first lesson is going to be streetwear design. So without any further ado, let's start off by opening up Adobe Photoshop. As you can see from my screen that I have opened up Adobe Photoshop. So the first thing you have to keep in mind before starting anything or starting Adobe Photoshop is that make sure that you are connected to the internet, and also stay connected to your account, and also stay subscribed to Adobe. Okay, so that you get most of the features and also all the functionality Adobe Photoshop has to offer to you. Now, without any further ado, let's just open up a new file. Click on new file and open up whichever type of preset you want to use. So let's say I'm gonna go off to photo, maybe 300 ppi is not bad, but from here I'm gonna use is a portrait one. Now make sure that you have RGB or maybe CMYK, whichever one you want. Fix out the ratio or the resolution, fix out the bits. Let's say I'm gonna use 16 bits, that's gonna be better. Then you're gonna do is fix out what type of background you want. Is it black or is it white? So make sure I'm gonna use just white for this instance, and you can use whichever color you want to use, sRGB, Adobe, or whichever one. That's like totally up to you. And after that, you can also select the pixel aspect ratio. Now I'm gonna fix on square pixel. I'm gonna just keep it on default, except for I can change the orientation and fix out the artboards. Then after you're done, just press on create, and then you're good to go. As you can see that I have stuffs on my screen, I'm going to click on window and fix out my workspace. Make sure to keep it on essentials default, because that helps you to have like lots of tools. But if you still don't want to, just click on new workspace, press on save, and then you are good to go. Okay, now the first thing we're going to do is going to be upload or open up a couple of photos, because we are going to be making a streetwear design and we're going to need a lot of details, right? So first things first, I'm going to click on file, click on open, and we're going to open up a lot of stuff. As you can see from my screen, I have a lot of stuff, so I'm going to click on this. Let's say I'm going to use this. Okay, I'm going to open this up first, and next I'm going to do is open up another one. Let's say I'm not going to use the same one. Okay, so I'm going to click on open, and let's see what can we use from over here. Okay, we have that. Let's say I'm going to use this and this. Press on control, select on both of them. Okay, we have a lot of them. Terrain and all those, whichever one you prefer. Okay, but let's say I'm just gonna stick to this and maybe just the moon. Okay, I'm gonna click on open, and I'm gonna stick to just the half moon, so we're good to go. Now the first thing we're gonna do is going to be taking out this specific object. Now there are two ways how you can do that. One is going to be clicking on this tool or right clicking on it and select on magic wand tool, or you can also go to select and then select whichever subject you want to select from. But make sure to keep it or turn it into a normal layer first. But first thing I'm going to do is click on subject, and it will basically select the subject for me in the specific screen which I have. And if you still see that there are a couple of things that are missing, you can do is click on this, click on quick selection tool, click on this plus option, and then select the parts which you want to select. And I'm going to do is reduce the size of it so that I can select whichever part I want to use. Okay, couple of things that would have gone missing if I didn't select on them. Okay, not bad. Okay, this part is selected perfectly. I'll reduce the size a bit more. There we go. We're quite good to go. Fix out the parts perfectly. So basically this is it. Now as that has been selected, what I'm gonna do is cut out the parts which basically we do not need. Click on this. Perfect. Okay, let's just keep it like this, and I'm gonna go on top. I'm not gonna be needing this. There we go. And we're good to go. And after you're done, what you're going to do is just take out this whole file, click on this. You can see this has been taken. I'm going to do is click on this over here and make out a rectangle box, rectangle mark tool. I'm going to do is select on this and okay. I'm going to do is take out this over here. Press on Control and T so that you get the outline. Control Z. Control T. And don't worry about the pixels, it gets fixed after you're done with it. So there we go. Now the first thing you're going to do is going to be keeping it on the layer, okay? So as this is the layer, now we are going to be making a couple more layers so that we can add a bit more effect on it. But we're going to do the same thing with the moon. I'm going to do select and select on subject, and it will just select the subject for me, or you can also select it whenever you want to. So there we go, we have it. So I'm going to click on this and keep it right over here. Press on Control T. I'm going to do is reduce the size. Or keep it on, or keep it underneath. What I'm going to do is there we go. Wherever you want to use it, keep it that way. Now the first thing I'm going to do is click on this. And I'm going to do is going to be using threshold to make a bit of effect, or use a bit of effect on it. Now, if you want to use the threshold, what you have to do is go on this layers and all of those, and make sure to use your threshold whenever you want. Now, I'm going to go off to image, and what you're going to do is going to go to adjustments, and then you will find out threshold. So I'm going to click on threshold, and you can see it over here. Now we're going to find out a surface, or maybe, you know, find out the part which we want to use, or let's say I'm going to keep it like this. But before that, let's just use it on a black background first, okay? I'm going to do is keep them over here. Both of them are selected. I'm going to do is cut this one off. I'm going to click on no. I'm going to click on a new one. Let's say I'm going to click on new, and from here I'm going to use this black. Okay, and then click on create, and the first thing I'm going to do is going to be taking the parts which we want. So let's say I'm going to take it right over here. Press on Control T, increase the size, and there you go. I'm done on this. Press on Control T again. Just increase the size a bit more. Press on OK. Now we're going to use the threshold again. Click on image, adjustments. We're going to find out threshold. Now let's say I'm going to use this part, okay, but we're going to use a couple more colors on it. Now you can fix out whichever part you want to use, but from here, make sure to find out the middle ground for each and every one, okay? Let's say I'm going to use maybe this or this. That's like totally up to you. But first off, let's make a layer out of this, okay? Let's say I'm going to do is add in another layer. But in this layer, we're going to do is add in the threshold. So I'm going to do is add in that threshold over here. Click on layer 1. Okay, or maybe just go to layer 2. Let's say this is going to be our photo. Make sure to organize it. Now I'm going to do is click on this. Image, adjustments, thresholds. Or maybe let's just go off to layer 2 and then find out the threshold maybe. Adjustment, threshold. Let's duplicate the layer in that case. Okay, now we're good to go. We have 2 of them. What I'm going to do is going to making the threshold on this one so that we don't lose any progress on that one. Press on OK. Now what we're going to do is going to be changing the colors over here. Now we're going to use the blending option. So we're going to go out to effects and then go to blending option. And when from blending option, what we're going to do is going to finding out the color which we want to use. You can see now it has given us this effect, which looks a lot more better, right? Now we're going to do is find out the fill. Now from here, we're going to do is, let's say, I'm going to keep it just the way it looks like. Okay, I'm going to do is fix the fill opacity. So this pink and green is giving us a really good color on it. So I'm going to do is find out the ones which actually looks good. Okay, color burn, or maybe darker color, lighter, whichever one you want. Basically that's like totally up to you, but I try keeping it on this. But let's say I'm going to remove the red. Okay, red looks good. Now fix out this layer and fix out whichever color you want to use, and then we're going to do the same thing on, let's say, the moon. So I have my exact result which I wanted. Now what we're going to do is going to be zooming in and finding out this exact position. Okay, we have this layer which you can see. So this is the part which we wanted to use. Now the thing what we're going to do is going to be clicking on this. Let's say I'm going to remove this, and you can still see that this is just the part which we got. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing on the next layer. So as this is the part, okay, let's say I'm going to do is remove this, and this is the part. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this again and find out more layers. So I'm going to click on this image, go to adjustment. Instead of a photo, I'm going to do is type in, let's say I'm going to click on this and pink, hit on pink. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do the same thing, going on image, adjustment, threshold. And as we've done with this, let's say I'm going to do is use the parts which we want to use. Press on OK. Now select the tool. Let's say we're going to use magic wand tool. Select the parts which you basically want to use. You can see only the white parts. Okay. Select the parts which you basically want to use. Now the thing what we're going to do is going to be right clicking on it, which you can see over here. I'm going to do is going making in another one. We're going to add in more effect over here. Right click on it, and I'm going to do is go to effects, blending option, make sure it is visible. But if it still doesn't work, what you're going to do is going to be making or changing the layer. Okay, let's use Control C, just this one, and Control V again. Okay, so as we already have it over here, now what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Control Z, select on this, basically the parts which you want to use. Let's say I'm going to click on it. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to use this, and let's say this one, I'm going to do the same thing, go to image, adjustments, threshold, fix in the adjustments, click on OK. Now we're going to do is going to be right clicking on it, or go off to effects, go to blending option. Now we're going to find out a different one over here. Now here we're going to do is remove the blue. Then the next one we're going to do is going to be adding in a color layer. Right click on it. Now let's say you can use whichever color you want. Okay. I'm going to right click on it. Then I'm going to do is going to be using a color overlay. So I'm going to select the color. Select whichever color you want to use. Let's say not this color. I'm going to do select on maybe a bit of black-ish. so that it looks a bit more better. Press on OK. So we're good to go over here too. This is how it will look like. We're gonna make another copy of this, Control C and Control V. You can see over here. Now we're gonna do the same thing, clicking on image. Then we're gonna go off to image adjustments and then go off to threshold again. This time we're gonna do is just the face and all. Press on OK. We're gonna select the face first. I'll select the tool, select the face. Then we're gonna do is add in a filter so that it looks a bit more better. Okay. Instead of that, I'm gonna use Control Z. I'll select the parts, quick selection tool. Select on this, just this part, and I'm gonna do is going to be adding in a layer out of this. This is the part which I want to use. Okay, so I'm gonna do is right click on it and keep just that. Cancel, and we're gonna just use that. You can see it over there. What I'm gonna do is click on effects, click on blending option. I'm gonna do is blend interior. A bit brighter. Fill opacity. I'm gonna do is transparency shapes layer and fix out all of it. And if you want to use more to inner shadow, inner glow, you can also do that. You can use color overlay, gradient overlay, outer glow, whichever one you want. And after that you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go. Okay, so everything is, most of the stuff is done. We're gonna click on this image right now. Now we're gonna do is Control Z, or maybe Control Shift Y. Well, let's just click on File, Edit. Okay, this is how it will look like. So basically we're done with this. Now I'm going to use the moon, and I'm going to do is drag it up right over here. We're going to do the same thing on this, Control T. Now these parts. I'm going to take the half moon over here. Control T. Zoom out this one. Or crop it out just like this. What I'm gonna do is take it down at the bottom. There we go. What I'm gonna do is make sure to use different ones, or maybe add in a couple of adjustments on this one too. You can use an effects if you want to. Let's say I'm gonna use inner shadow or color set and gradient overlay. What I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to fix out this one. Fix out darker color. Whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to go off to blues. Maybe a bit of this. Okay, maybe not blues, but let's go to pinks. Okay, this works a lot more better. I'm going to just fix out the opacity of it. And after you're done, just press on OK. Control T. Press on this, or fix it out wherever you want it to be. Then after you're done, just use in your text. Let's say I'm gonna do is find in my text over here. Now I'm gonna do is click on text T, and then put in your text wherever you want. Let's say I'm gonna cut this off. Let's say I'm gonna use okay, I'm gonna select on that. I'm gonna do is increase the size up to 72 and change out the color to white. So we have our text over here. At the top, what I'm gonna do is going to be selecting on this text and use whichever text you want. Let's say I'm gonna use a bit of funky looking one. I'm gonna go down and find out the one which I basically need. Let's say we're gonna use maybe, okay, let's just find, okay, this one looks good. I'm gonna do the same thing with this text over here. At the top, looks better. Fix out the color according to your desire. I'm gonna just change out the color. I'm gonna select on this, keep it on black, press on OK. Use whichever color you want on this. Let's say I'm gonna press on black. Okay, I'm gonna select on this, and then I'm gonna do is add in a bit of strokes. Maybe I'm gonna click on, let's say, find out strokes option. Right click on it. I'm gonna do is click on effects. I'm gonna do is add in strokes. Click on color. Put in white. Press on OK. Fix out the size. Fix out the opacity. And after you're done, just press on OK. And then you're good to go. So this is basically it. Control Z. And after you're done, just copy all of this, okay? Let's say I'm gonna do is increase the size of this. Press on Control A. Select all of it all together. Group them up. You can see group 1. Including the text. Okay, we're good to go. Select on them again. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. Now select on all of them and turn it into, let's say, you know, a smart art object. After all of them is done, right click on them. And what you're going to do is rasterize the layers if you want to, and then you're going to do is turn it into a shape. Okay, after you convert it, you convert to smart object, and then you will be able to take the whole thing. I'm going to click on file, open up my t-shirt mockup file, which you will see AI files over here. So like, let's say I'm going to use the white t-shirt over here. You can see you'll be able to drag it wherever you want. Now take the whole thing over here. Yes, okay. And then you'll see it like this. I'm gonna select on the part which I need. Okay, there's an extra one over here, which we made a mistake. We're gonna cut this one off. Okay. We're gonna take this one only, Control T. And there you go. Press on this, and there you go. You have your t-shirt. Now you can also open up the black one and see how it looks like. What I'm gonna do is take this one over here, select on this, take it to the black t-shirt, press on OK. Okay, I'm gonna do is press on Control T, zoom it in, and there you go. You have your streetwear t-shirt design. Okay, so hope you understood everything in this lesson on how you'll be able to make it, and thank you for watching this video up till the end. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome back to another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Well, in this lesson, we are going to learn about how we can make a band t-shirt design, or let's say we're going to use any of the bands to make a t-shirt design for this lesson. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson and open up Adobe Photoshop. So the first thing I'm going to do is going to be opening up my new file and obviously portrait, press on create, and then we're good to go. Now, as this is going to be our band t-shirt, I'm going to click on open, and so let's say I'm going to open on my computer. I'm going to go up to my resources and then find the ones which I need. Let's say obviously I'm going to need this Metallica logo, this moon. Press on control, select the ones which you need. Okay, I'm going to press on open again. I'm going to use this full moon or this moon over here. What we're going to do is going to be using, let's say, I'm going to use this sky maybe, if I can use it, if that's possible. But if you want anything else beside it, you can use it. But let's start off with these two objects. I'm going to press on open. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be taking in this logo or taking in this specific text. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to do magic wand tool, select the ones which you want. Select on this. I'm going to just take it over here. Control T. Okay, you can use that. Or you can also click on this quick selection tool. Select the ones which you need and then directly take them on over there. Reduce the size. And there you go. We quite have it. I'm going to press on this. Delete. We don't need it right now, so I'm going to click on this. And we're going to keep it right over here. What I'm going to do is go off to my layers, click on Windows, Essentials Default. So I'm going to do is remove this. I hope we don't have anything over here. This is going to be our layer, or this is going to be our background. So we have our Metallica over here, and we don't have anything. Okay, we have this only Metallica. So I'm going to click on this Metallica, hit on enter. Now what I'm going to do is take in the moon. I'm going to do select just the moon. Okay, I'm going to click on this tool and select the part which we want to use. Okay, let's say we're just going to take this moon and a couple of these trees which we are going to use in this lesson. Okay, click on this and take out these ones too. Control T. We're going to use this. Click on this brush tool and remove the parts which you don't want. Click on this to increase the size of the brush. Let's say I'm going to use just this part. Works. Okay. Now what we're going to do is going to be clicking on this, and then I'm going to do is obviously go to image, adjustments, and I'm going to do is fix out the thresholds. Okay, find out the exact one you want to use. You can see how it looks like. Okay, this one looks perfect. What I'm gonna do is, first off, let's say I'm gonna do is make another layer out of it. What I'm gonna do is add another layer, or let's say I'm gonna Control C and Control V so that we have two layers of the same stuff. Delete. And just have these two. I'm gonna click on this and position it right on top. Right click, and I'm gonna go to image, adjustment, thresholds. Press on OK. I'm gonna click on effects, go to blending option. I'm gonna fix out the opacity. You can see looking a lot more better. I'm gonna keep it right over here. Fix out this one. Okay. Looking a lot more better. Darker color. Okay, normal is totally fine. Press on OK. Okay. I'm gonna select on both of them. And then I'm gonna do is click on this brush tool. I'll be removing a couple of these parts. As we're good to go, I'm gonna click on both of them. I'm gonna do is turn them into smart objects. You can see now both of them has turned into a smart object, as it looks a lot more better than how it actually was. Now let's say I'm gonna put in a couple more effects. Let's say I'm gonna go off to file again and use out this same one over here as my, just to look good. I'm gonna click it out, or maybe we can also open it up from our, let's say I'm gonna open recent. I'm gonna do is find out the one. Let's say I'm gonna do is use streetwear PSDC. You can see it over here. This is the one which we used, but what I'm gonna do is right click on it, and I'm gonna do is make different objects out of it. Convert instead of converting to smart objects. Do is release to shapes, clipping mask. Select on this object which we have. See it over here. I'm gonna take it to over here. I'm gonna take it to another, let's say I'm gonna just go over here and okay, let's instead of that I'm gonna do is use that one over here again. Let's just find it out. I'm gonna click on select the subject. I'm gonna do is find out this exact shape. Click on this tool. Okay, works better. Just the way it was. I'm gonna do is make changes on this. Click on this minus. Click on this. Okay. And we're good to go. Click on this and then take it right over here. We're gonna use this same photo over here. We're gonna cut off a couple of things. Just press on this, Control T. I'm gonna use this one right over here. I'm gonna do is click on this Control T, click on this crop option over here. You can crop it up to that's like totally up to you. You can edit and go to image and then fix out whatever you want with this. What I'm gonna do is take out this. I'm gonna press on Control C, Control V. We have two layers of this. Do the same thing over here. I'm gonna do is click on this, go to image, go to adjustments, and go to threshold and fix out the exact one. Let's say I've got this. Do select on this magic wand tool and I'm going to do select the ones, and after that I'm going to go off over here and I'm going to do is go off to blending option. You can see it right over here. Then you can fix out whatever you want with it. You can fix out the colors. That's like totally up to you. And as I've got it, I'm going to do is fix out the color. Press on OK. We're good to go. I'm gonna just click on this. This is basically the color which we're applying. You can see it over here. And if you want to add in more, let's say I'm gonna click on this filters and I'm gonna go off to color overlay. And after you go to color overlay, then you can fix out whichever color you want to use. I'm gonna click on this. Let's say I want a normal one. Click on this and you're good to go. There we go. We have it. And we also have a bit of blur on it, which looks quite good. Now, after we're done, what we're going to do is take both of these objects. I'm going to do is right click on it and convert to the smart objects. Then we're good to go. You can see it looks a lot more better. Then what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do is remove this part. Let's see how this looks like. Control Z. What I'm gonna do is take out a bit of this. If you want to put in some, or maybe a bit of texture, you can do that too. It's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. Okay, I'm gonna do is fix out this part. Fix out the brushes, whichever one you want to use. And then you're good to go. See, now it's fixing. Okay, working a lot more better. I'm gonna just cut out this part. We're done over here. You can also keep it like this if you want to. That's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. But I'd rather keep it just the way it was, because it looks a lot more better. Okay. Except for this one. After you're done, just select on all of them and turn it into a smart object. Control, select. Now we're going to take all of this directly to our t-shirt file. Over here, paste it. We have the same thing. Control T, resize it however you want it to be. After you're done, just press on this and then you're good to go. So this is basically how you make a band t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. And you can make a lot of things according to your desire. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson, and now let's move on to our next lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome back to our another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to learn about how we can make a vintage t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our lesson. Now let's start by opening up Adobe Photoshop, click on New File, click on Custom, and let's say I'm going to use this black background, press on Create. This has been created. I'm going to click on File and open up a couple of things which I'll be using in this lesson. Let's say I'm going to use this, and I'm going to use a car photo. I'm going to click on, let's say, File, Open, and then I'm going to find out, let's say I'm going to use this one. Press on Open, and then we have like a lot of them. Now, first thing we're going to use is this one. We're going to use only this grunge. Okay. Now I'm going to just right click on it and go off to layers and just right click on it. I'm gonna do is go off to effects. Okay, instead I'm gonna do is first off convert to a normal layer, and I'm gonna do is click on effects, go to blending option, and make sure to use this layer, okay, not underlying layer, or else it won't be visible. I'm gonna do is take it up right over here to see if it is working. Okay, this is like totally perfect. And I'm gonna do is take this one right over on this. If it's not visible, you can open up a white one too. Okay, I'm gonna press on file, press on new. I'm gonna do is click on white. That's like totally up to you if you want to work with it. You can see white and black at the same time. I'm gonna take this one first over here, press on yes. You can see it right over here. Now what we're gonna do is going to be right clicking on it, and the first thing you will be able to do is fixing out the size and how you want it to be. You can see this is basically how it will look like, but what we're going to do is use a color overlay. I'm going to right click on it, and I'm going to do is click on effects, go to color, okay, not gradients, cancel, right click, color overlay, make sure to use white. Okay, you can use that, it will be a lot more better. Or if you want to use it on a black background, let's say I'm going to do, or let's say white background, we can also do that. I'm going to press on no. I'm going to take it right over here. Yes, and there you go. Press on Control T. Just keep it the way it is. I'm going to just take it up over here. And this is basically what I want. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be rasterize this effect, but first thing I'm going to do the same thing. Go here, color overlay, then select whichever color you want to use. Let's say I'm going to do, so this is a bit more visible, but if you use black or any other else, it won't be that visible. So I'm going to use white to be the overlay. After that, press on OK, and we're done. I'm going to right click on it and rasterize this layer style. So this is going to be our grunge background. Let's say our grunge background, and this is where we are going to force our image into. So next thing I'm going to do is going to be use the photo which we want to use. Let's say I'm going to click on file. We can use place embedded. I'm going to use this photo. You can see this over here. We're going to rotate it. Okay, we're going to rotate it to 90 degrees. Increase the size, and you're gonna drop it on this grunge. Right click on it, create clipping, and there you go. This is how it will look like. Okay, but if you want to use it just, you know, without the overlay, you can also use it. You can see without the color overlay, we'll be able to use it too. But I'm gonna do is use the same method which we used. So I'm gonna click on effects, color overlay. Use whichever one you want, press on white, okay, and then paste in the same thing. Now what we're gonna do is take the photo which we have over here. What I'm gonna do is take it up right on here, press on yes, press on T, Control T basically, zoom out, and then fix out the exact position where you want them to be. Here it is, or maybe make it a bit more smaller. And there you go. Right click on it, create clipping mask, and then it will look like this. But if it doesn't, if it still doesn't look, you know, how it's supposed to be, make sure to remove that, and you will only have this. What we're gonna do is rasterize this layer first. As this has been rasterized, I'm gonna click on this and take it over here, press on yes. First thing you're gonna do is create clipping mask, and then you have it. I'm going to press on Control T and then minimize the photo according to your desire. Let's say I'm going to do is minimize it just like this. Rotate it. Increase the size. And still you can see a couple of things that are outside of this grunge background. You don't have to worry about it. Right click on it, and then I'm going to do is go off to blending option and make sure to use this underlying layer. Fix this underlying layer and then find the exact one you want to use. Press on OK, and then you're good to go. Click on both of them. Let's say I'm going to use this retro car at the same time. convert to layer. The first thing I'm going to do is going to be taking in this exact car. I'm going to click on this. What I'm going to do is use just this car only. Take this whole thing all together. I'm going to take this parts too. You can see it. This is how it will look like. Okay, we are done selecting this, but what we're gonna do is deselect a couple of things from this exact photo. Let's say I'm gonna do is first off select the windshield. And I'm gonna do is select all of this. And then I'm gonna do is remove the parts which we don't need. Click on this minus, and then let's say I'm gonna select this part which we don't need. Select the parts, let's say this one too. These ones, also these ones. But from here, we're going to select this exact part. Perfectly selected. There we go. Click on minus. Select these parts. We don't want it. There you go. We have it. Select on this tool, and I'm going to take it up right over on this entitled. Press on Control T. We're going to do the same thing over here. Right click on it. Clipping mask. And there we have it. I'm going to right click on it. Go off to blending option. I'm going to do is fix out this underlying layer which we have over here. Press on OK, but we're going to do is fix this up just where we need it. Control T. Press on this layer. Control T. There you go. We have it. This is how it will look like. Okay. After that, we can add in more effect if you want to, but I'm going to do is just add in a bit of effect on this one. I'm going to do is make Control C, Control V. I'm going to do is find out this exact layer which we have over here. I'm going to do is obviously use some threshold adjustments, thresholds, and find out the exact part which we want to use. I'm going to use this part. Select on this tool. Magic wand. Select on this part. Right click on it. Click on effects. Color overlay. I'm going to do is find out exact ones, or you can also use gradient if you want to. Let's say instead of color overlay, let's use gradient. I'm going to click on this fixed or select the gradients, whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to go off to something, let's say go off to clouds, or maybe a bit of greens. Works. Okay, I'm going to do is fix out the opacity, fix out the angles, fix out the scale, alignments, and make sure to use whichever one you want. Darken, or let's say I'm going to use normal. And we're good to go. So as all of them is done, click on this tool. And I'm going to do is select on the other ones. We have it. And I'm going to do is select on both of them, convert to a smart object. First off, press on Control Z. I'm going to do is take all of this, and just right click, convert to smart object. This is basically outside, so I'm going to do is right click on it first. Right click, create clipping mask. All is into the same thing. Then let's try doing the same thing. Right click, convert to smart object, and then we're good to go. We have it over here. I'm going to cut all of these off. Press on no. Press on no. I'm going to click on file, open up. Let's say I'm going to t-shirt mockup. Let's say I'm going to get the black one first. Paste it up over here. Press on yes. Okay. And there you go. We basically have it. We can put it up on different ones too. That's like totally up to you basically. Control T. Okay, we have to remove the part where Control T. This is basically how it will look like. Then you can use blending option to remove the parts too. It's totally fine. Press on OK. Click on this blending option. Fix out this one. You can see this is how it will look like. See? Press on OK and then you're good to go. So now you have a retro t-shirt design. Or you can also use it on white shirts. I'm going to open up the white one. Let's say I'm going to click on white t-shirt. Let's use this on white t-shirt. Yes, okay. Press on T. And there you go. You have it. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to make a retro t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. And thank you for watching this video up till the end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome back to our another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Well, in this lesson, we are going to be learning about how we can make a graffiti t-shirt design by using Adobe Illustrator, or let's say Adobe Photoshop. Well, if you've seen my previous lesson, you already know about the tools of how we usually work on it, and also a couple of other things about the basics. So the first thing we're going to do is going to be open up Adobe Photoshop, and just let's go open it up. You can see that I have opened up Adobe Photoshop. I'm going to click on New File and press on Create. And it will take a bit of a time for it to upload over here. Now, the first thing we're going to do is going to be using a couple of things which we are going to be using in this, tutorial. So first thing I'm going to do is click on Open. I'm going to click on Your Computer. And I'm going to go after resources. Now, there are a couple of things which you're going to use. So first off, let's find out the drip and, the drip texture. So first off, I'm going to go up and we have our drip over here and we also need our texture. So I'm going to open both of these up and what we're going to do is use this, but we're going to mock it up over here. Okay, mock it up on there. So first off, I'm going to do is select on this, right click, quick selection. And we're going to do is select this specific one we have over here. You can see it like this. Select this tool and then you're good to go. I'm going to select on this and then fix the size. There we go. We basically have all of it except for this one over here. Okay, we are done with this. I'm going to do select on this and then take it right over here. You can see it like this. This looks a lot more better. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this. And we're going to do is use this as the layer mask. But we can also use a box over here so that we can apply it on the specific place, which we see over here. And I'm going to do is click on layers. What I'm going to do is take it right at the top, which you can see is available over here. I'm going to do is right click on it and create clipping mask so it doesn't go out of this specific box. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this, or we can also use this later on. You can see it like this. We're going to do is keep it not layer masked. I'm going to do is remove this and keep it just the way it is. Now we're going to do is take this exact drip which we have over here, convert to normal layer. I'm going to do is take it right over here, and if it doesn't work on this, we're going to do is rasterize it first, and then we're going to do is, you know, then we're going to change it into something else and then paste it, so you don't have to worry about it. So I'm going to do is reduce the size a bit more. I'm going to do is right click on it, create clipping mask, and you can see the drip has been created. So this is quite perfect. I'm going to do zoom out a bit, Control T, or maybe I'm going to do is rotate. Okay, works quite perfect. Now as we have our drip, I'm going to do is take it a bit at the bottom so it covers up all the parts. I'm going to do select both of them and convert it into a smart object. So now you can see that it has turned into a smart object. Right click on it and rasterize this layer. So this is like perfect and has turned into an SVG. You can see it like this. You can see it just the way it is. I'm going to do is reduce the size and keep it just the way it is. Now we're going to do is going to be using in our text. Now about the text, we have a text or a graffiti file or alphabet file already on our, you know, let's say on our resource file. We can use that, but if you want to use only text, you can also do that. So it's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. So but what I'm going to do is going to be using our text file which we already have. So I'm going to click on open. I'm going to do is graffiti file. We have 2 of these over here. Use whichever one you want. So, and if you want to use other ones, that's also up to you. So I'm going to click on this EPS file, or you can also select on the file which is already just JPG. That is also doable, but I'm going to use this one because I like using this. I'm going to cut this off, and this one, okay, I'm going to keep it right over here. And from here, I'm going to do select the parts. Okay, let's say we're going to put in our text first. Let's say I'm going to type in drip. So the first thing we're going to select is going to be clicking on this. Click on the one. Let's say I'm going to click on D. Okay, we got our D. Now DHI, we're going to select on this. I. Select on this one because we don't usually need this. Okay, we're good to go. D, we got our D and our I. And we're gonna I and P. Okay, this is R. We got our R. Go a bit of left. Select on the ones which you need. Cut this part off. I'm gonna go up and then find this part 2, which I don't need. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna select it perfectly until I get my exact result. Okay, and we're gonna find out P. We have our P over here. There we go. Looks really good. But here we're going to do is going to be clicking on this part, which we don't need. Okay. So all of them are good. Select on this tool and take all of these out. Just use it over here. Okay, we have it over here. Okay, all of them are now together, I guess. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on each and every one of them and selecting the ones which we need, okay? So let's say I'm going to do is instead of selecting all of them together, click on them. I'm going to select on this. We're just going to take this exact one. As we already have it, what we're going to do is going to be making this D, okay? But what I'm going to do is make sure this is used like this. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to use the same one over here. Over here. We're going to do the same thing on each and every one of them. I'm going to right click on it, create clipping mask, and there we go. We have it over here. We're basically going to do the same thing on all of the text. Now I'm going to do is click on both of them, convert to smart object. We have this layer 2. This is going to be just D. Okay. I'm going to click on effects. I'm going to click on stroke, and it will open up the stroke option. And I'm going to click on this opacity option, fix out the size, click on the color, click on OK, not inside, outside obviously. Okay. We're good to go. Press on OK. And there we go. We have our D. We have our D over here. We're going to get our R. We're going to do the same thing. Click on this. Select on the one. And there we go. There we go. I'm going to do is zoom out. There we go. We have it. Click on this and take this one out over here too. Press on Control T. Do the same thing over here. Click on this. I'm gonna do is take it right over here. Press on yes. Control T. Create clipping mask. And there we go. Select on both of them. Right click. Convert to smart objects. Control T. I'm gonna do is click on them. Right click. Click on effects. Go off the stroke. Apply the same thing, which will already be applied basically. Press on OK. We're gonna paste or use R over here. I'm gonna use the same step. We have the R. I'm gonna do is press on Control Z on this exact panel. I'm gonna find I over here. There we got our I. There we go. I'm gonna take the same thing over here, take it, paste it, press on OK, Control T. I'm gonna do is fix the size, right click, and create clipping mask. We got it. I'm gonna do is click on effects, click on, let's say we're gonna find out the stroke, which will be applied already. Can see it over here. Okay, we have to click on both of them and convert to smart objects, and then we have to fix the stroke, which will be applied right now. Press on OK, Control T. We have the last one. We're gonna get it right over here. We're gonna find out the P, which is right over here. Click on this, select the text, select on this, and remove this part because we don't need it. Select on this text and take it to this over here. Take this one. Fix the size. And click on Create Clipping Mask. There we go. Convert to Smart Object. Effects, Stroke, and done. So we have all of these details ready. I'm going to click on it, Control T. Now what we're going to do is going to be clicking on this part, which we are going to use. Now we're going to change this color a bit. Let's say I'm going to do is select the background, which we have, or layer 2, which is just this. What I'm going to do is click on image, click on adjustment, click on threshold, and I'm going to do is find out the exact one we want to use. Let's say I'm going to use the white ones. Click on this magic wand tool, select on the white ones or maybe the black ones, which you can see over here. What I'm going to do is click on effects, go on gradients overlay. From here, I'm going to do is find out a different color. It's totally fine. I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to find out something blue. This one works. You can also use a bit of darker blue, like this. It looks a bit better. After you're done, just press on OK. And basically we're good to go over here. Now I'm going to do is take this on right on this top. I'm going to take on this eye, which I have it. Click on this part and this one, Control T. There you go. Now I'm going to select on all of these texts. Except for layer 2, DR. Select on this, right click, convert to smart objects, which we have over here. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on them too, which I have layer 6 over here. I'm going to do is click on effects. You can use whichever one you want. Let's say if I want gradient overlay, I'm going to click on it and then change the color on them. Let's say I'm going to do is fix out a bit of purple. And I'm going to do is fix out the opacity, okay? We don't need that to be too dark because we already have a bit of, this over here. Press on OK. We just need a bit of glow. And there you go. We basically have it. If you want to add in more effect, you can just click on effect, then use whichever effect you want. Let's say if I want satin or inner glow strokes, that's like totally up to you. Now after all, what you're going to do is going to be clicking on all of them after you're done basically. So I'm going to click on this layer 2 and layer 6, click on filter, and you can use whichever filter you want. Let's say from here I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to add in a bit of click on other. Okay, click on custom. Then you'll be able to fix whichever type of details you want to change. Click on, let's say, layer 2. I'm going to cancel it up. Click on layer 2, which is this one over here. Now from here, I'm going to click on filter, and then let's say I'm going to use a bit of noise, add noise. Fix out the grains. Gaussian. There we go, we have it. I'm going to click on this one too, and I'm going to click on filter, add a bit of noise, add noise. Press on OK. And then it will take a bit of a time to be applied on over here. And there we go, we have it. After you're done, what you're going to do is click on both of them. We have this. We have layer 2, layer 6, right click. And what we're going to do is convert to smart object. There we go, we have it. Click on file and open up your t-shirt mockup. Let's say I'm going to go off to resources, t-shirt mockup file. Let's say go to black, open it up. We'll take a bit of a time to upload over here and then press on yes, okay. And there you go. We have our t-shirt or our graffiti t-shirt design. You can also use it as a mockup. What you have to do is right click on it, and just what you're going to do is create clipping mask so it doesn't go out of this t-shirt. Okay, so now you know how this t-shirt design or how you will be able to make a graffiti t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. So thank you for watching this video up till the end, and if you want to get more, better graphics, just right click on it and rasterize the details so it will be a bit more HD. So let's move on to our next lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome back to our lesson on Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to learn about combined image t-shirt design. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to Adobe Photoshop. The first thing we're going to do is going to be opening up a new file and pressing on create. Well, there are going to be a lot of details which we are going to use in this specific lesson. So the first thing we're going to do is going to be clicking on or making in our rectangle tool. So first I'm going to do is make in our rectangle tool right over here, and then we're good to go. I'm going to select on this, and this is where all of our data or all of our photos are going to appear. Now what we're going to do is going to be clicking on open, and then what we're going to do is click on my computer and go up to resources and find a couple of photos which will be able, or which we are going to use in this specific lesson. So as we have two of these photos, we're going to use another one. Let's say I'm going to find that one to use. Let's use this one too. So three of these, open this up, and we're going to use different ones later on. Now as we have this, now I'm going to click on select, and I'm going to do is select on the subject, because I'm going to need the subject or the specific subject for this specific lesson. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other ones. We have it already. I'm going to take this over on, take it on untitled, click on Control T and reduce the size. I'm going to do zoom out. We have it over here. I'm going to do is click on this layer. So I'm going to right click on it and click on create clipping mask, and there we go. We have it over here. We have our exact photo which we need. Now the next thing I'm going to do is going to be editing a bit more. So as we have it, we're going to do is right click on it, which we have our photo, click on images, adjustments, and I'm going to do is put on a bit of threshold. Find out the exact ones which you can find, but if you don't want to use that, what you're going to do is right click on it, and then you're going to do is make another layer of color on it. But the thing is going to be that I'm going to edit a bit more photos. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to do is select the same one, subject, like take the subject, and then I'm going to put the same thing over there, and I'm going to put it in the background. Okay, so I'm going to take this exact one, take it over there, post it in, Control T. I'm going to do is take it right over here. I'm going to do is take it underneath, right click on it. I'm going to create clipping mask. You can see it is already clipped. Control T. I'm going to do is reduce the size on this. I'm going to do is click on OK. I'm going to right click on it, and I'm going to do is add in a bit of effects. Let's say I'm going to add in a bit of gradients overlay on this specific photo which we have over here. You can see how it is looking like. Click on color, click on multiply. Okay, first I'm going to take this one. I'm going to press on OK. Click on this one. I'm going to do is click or make another copy of this, Control C, Control V, which is also going to be the clipping mask. So I'm going to take it right on this one. Now I'm going to do is click on image, adjustment, click on threshold, click on the specific area, or let's say I'm going to press on OK. On this one, I'm going to click on effects, and I'm going to put on this gradients overlay, or maybe put whichever one you want to use. Let's say I'm going to go off to color first. I'm going to go off to color overlay, which you can see over here. We can also go off to blending style. So you're going to do is fix in the blending layers. Go off over here. Okay, select this one. I'm going to select on this exact color. Then we're good to go. We're going to apply the same things on that one. Okay, we're good to go. Click on both of them. Right click, convert to smart object. Here we go. Next one, we're going to do the same thing, Control C, Control V. We're going to get the same one on top of it. And I'll do is take this one. Then I'm going to do is right click, create clipping mask. So this is inside it. Right click on it, or go off to filters, go off to gradient overlay, and fix in a bit. And first off, go to blending option, fix in. This time it's going to be bluish. What I'm going to do is press on cancel first. Right click on this third or fourth one, image, adjustment, threshold, fix in the specific color for it. Find out the exact percentage or exact place you want to use. Let's say I'm going to use this. Okay. I'm going to do is click on it, click on effects, click on blending option. It will take a bit of a time to appear up. You can see there's a bit of bluish. Click on green. Click on the layers. This layer to be over here. This should be a bit on right over here. Click on this underlying layer and fix this up a bit. Then we're good to go. Click on red. Click on this fill option to be 100. Press on OK. So we have this, okay? Now we're going to do is going to be putting in a bit more effects on it and a bit more photos on it. So we have two of these. Now we're going to put in this building and all of these layers, okay? Now I'm going to click on this quick selection tool. I'm going to do select on this, and I'm going to do is increase the size. So I'm going to select all of these. Okay. We have it over here. And I'm going to do is fix up all of these. Click on the specific one and drag it directly over here. Press on Control T, zoom out. I'm going to just right click on it, create clipping mask. What I'm going to do is take it at the bottom. You can see it over here. We have our layers right now. Now I'm going to do is going to be right clicking on it. What we're going to do is also add an effects over here and add in a bit more, details and all of those. So I'm going to do is first off, click Control C, Control V. We have another one. We're going to paste it wherever it is. Right click on it, create clipping mask. There we go, we have it. You can see it over here. Let's zoom in and find out. Okay, it's layer 2. So what we're going to do is click on this, create clipping mask, and there we go. I'm going to do is find out the layer where we are using this. Right click on it. I'm going to do is click on this images, adjustments, thresholds. Press on OK. Click on this magic tool, magic wand tool. Click on the white parts. You can see it all over here. What I'm going to do is going to be clicking on them. Right click on it. Click on effects. Click on blending option. Select your color, whichever one you want to use. You can also go up to color overlay. Select whichever color you want to use. I'm going to click on this. Let's say I'm going to do is from here, I'm going to select a different color. And I'm going to fix out the opacity. Okay. Press on OK, and then we're good to go. Right over here, we're good to go on this. I'm going to click on that again. We're going to make another one. Control C, Control V, which you can see over here. I'm going to right click on it, create clipping mask. I'm going to post it up or use that one on the exact same position. Right click on it, create clipping mask, which you can see over here. We're going to go off to layer 2. I'm going to right click on it, create clipping mask so everything is underneath. What I'm going to do is get this layer 7. I'm going to do is make another threshold, adjustment, threshold. Okay, first off, cancel this. I'm going to do is click on it and also the other one. I'm going to do is only use this to fix out the adjustments, threshold. Click on OK, click on this. Okay, we have our another elements or another, color, which we have over here. I'm gonna do is go to effects, blending option, and then go off to color overlay. We're gonna go is color overlay over here. What I'm gonna do is going to be clicking on this color option. Then I'm gonna do is going to be going over here and finding a specific color which I can use. Go off to yellowish. Press on OK, fix the opacity. I'm gonna go off over here, use this. I'm gonna use the same one over here. There you go. We have two different details which we are able to use in this exact, design. You can see it like this. What I'm going to do is remove this 5. Okay, we have this. Now we can see how this looks like. What I'm going to do is click on the specific one and use whatever effect we want to use. Let's say we're going to put in a bit of text now. I'm going to click on this text option. We're going to add in another layer. You can add in that. You can click on this to add in another layer, and this is where we're going to put in our text. Click on this text option, Control T, reduce the size. Click on it. We can use different effects first too. We can click on open. Let's use a bit of lightning effects which we have over here. I'm going to use lightning effect AI. You're going to open that up too. It's going to take a bit of a time to open it up. Press on OK and it will take a bit of a time. You can see it has been added. Remove it. Remove this one and this one. We're not going to need it. Click on select, or you can use this tool, quick selection tool, whichever one you want to use. Click on this, fix the size. Select all of it. What I'm gonna do is get this exact part too. And I'm gonna do is add this up over here and add these up over here. And I get this last one. And I'm going to just go a bit on this side and use our select the ones which we are going to use. Click on this, and then I'm going to just drag this over here. Click on this one, Control T. Just right click on it. Click on effects. Click on color overlay. We're going to just add in that color over here too. Select this. Press on OK. Fix in the opacity. Okay. We're all good to go. Next thing you're going to do is take all of these layers. Do not miss anything except for the rectangle. Right click on it and convert to a smart object. Right click, create clipping mask, and there you go. You basically have it inside of this. So I'm going to do is use this exact one for my use. As we have it, we're going to do is put in our text. Click on this text option. Cut this off. Keep training. I'm going to click on this. Click on this. Center. Select on both of them. What I'm going to do is reduce the size up to, let's say, 24. Keep it on over here. Control T. Fix the size. Click on OK. Then I'm going to do select on this one. Click on this color option, and I'm going to make it white. Click on strokes. Okay, this is also visible. So I'm going to keep it just the way it is. After you're done, also take all of these and convert it into smart objects. Then after you're done, just open up the t-shirt mockup file. What do is take this, create or convert into clipping mask. What I'm gonna do is open up the file, open t-shirt mockup. Let's say I want to use it in a white one or a black one. That's like totally up to you. Let's say I'm gonna take it in a white shirt. And take the whole thing, Control Z. We have it over here. Take both of these, convert into smart objects, take it directly over here. Press on yes, okay, and there we go. Press on Control T, and basically there you go. You have it. If you want to use it on a black t-shirt, you can also do that. You can also, do the same process on over there. But if you want to add in more effect, just go over here. I'm going to just right click on it and you can convert to layers. You can see it over here. I'm going to do this, undo this process. What I'm going to do is add in a bit of effect on this, or let's just convert it into layers first. What I'm going to do is click on file. I'm going to open up a retro file, which I'll be able to use over here so that it looks a lot more better. We can have our retro texture. I'm going to press on OK. I'm going to cut this off, press on no, click on file, open this up, open, could not complete. Okay, let's just take another file. I'm going to do is click on open, open the same file, and we will have another retro texture file. You can see over here. I'm going to open this up. Now I'm going to press on convert to layers. Now I'm going to do is going to be making in a bit of difference or changes over here. Right click on it, click on blending option, and then you're going to do is fix this out a bit. You can see this will look like basically like this. Press on OK. I'm going to take this one right on this top, press on yes. You can see the way it looks like. Control T. This is basically how it will look like. I'm going to do is click on effects. I'm going to fix it up a bit more, blending option. Fix on this underlying layer. Okay, we're good to go. You can right click on it, create clipping mask, and then you're good to go. Click on all of them, convert into smart objects, and there you go, you have it. Click on open, open up the mockup files. Let's say we're going to use this black t-shirt right now. So I'm going to take this whole thing over there, press on yes, okay. I'm going to do is press on Control T. We can use it like this. This is basically how it will look like. And do not use shifts while, enlarging, because it makes it into a free object or free form so that you will be able to change it however you want. So let's say T, you can stretch it up, but if you don't press it, you will see that it will keep the shape just the way it is. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you will be able to convert images into a design or add, using multiple photos to make a specific design for your t-shirt. So let's move on to our next lesson on Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome to another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to learn about camping-based t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. So without any further ado, let's just hop on into opening Adobe Photoshop. As you can see on my screen that I have Adobe Photoshop opened up. I'm going to click on new file and press on create, and then we're good to go. We already have our panel ready. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is going to be opening up our resource files, which we are going to use so that we can make our own edits or make our own details or changes on it. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is click on file, click on open, and go after resources file. I'm going to use this and this. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on both of them, click on open. So we have two of these. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just take this directly, convert to normal layer, and paste it right over here. Press on yes, and I'll be using this specific one as my background. Now I'm going to do is going to be making in a crop out of this. So I'm going to do is first off take on this part. I'm going to hold on to this. Let's say I'm going to take this one over here. Okay, so that's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. But as I'm done, I'm gonna do is keep it just the way it is. Press on OK, and we have our exact, the specific one we want. So I'm gonna do is click on File, click on New. I'm gonna open up another one, press on Create, and then we're good to go. So I'm gonna do is take this exact one which we have over here. Okay, but if you don't think that you're gonna use this, I'm gonna click on this and crop it up just the way you want it. So let's say I'm gonna do is use up till here, but I don't want anything underneath it. Okay, but you can also use the full thing if you want to. So it's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. So I'm gonna do is keep just this, press on OK, click on this specific one, and I'm gonna do is take it right over here, paste it up. Okay, we have our exact result, our exact desired, photo, which we are going to use, and our specific, design of t-shirt. I'm going to do is click on this crop again, and I'm going to do is take it up right over here. Press on OK, and we have it. Now the next thing I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this caravan. Now this caravan is going to be selected, so I'm going to click on select, click on subjects, and then we're good to go. And it will take a bit of a time to select up the specific one. And even if it doesn't, just click on this quick selection tool and select the part you want to use. What I'm going to do is select on these parts, and I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this minus sign and remove the parts which you don't need. Okay, good to go. Hold on to Shift or Alt to remove the parts which you don't need. Deselected. I'm gonna just go over here too. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. On these ones, I'm gonna do is click on this part. You can see it over here. Then you're good to go. Okay, we're done over here. Do the same thing over here, Alt and remove. Okay, let's just remove this too. We don't need it. There we go. I'm gonna just remove the other parts which we don't need either, which is going to be this whole thing over here. Or maybe let's just keep this, which will give us a nice, background or maybe a nice feel. Okay, so I'm gonna do is increase the size of the brush a bit. Just decrease the size up to 1 just to remove this part. Okay, you have to select on them perfectly so that it doesn't look that bad. Remove them. I'm going to zoom in, remove the parts. And I'm going to go over here and also remove these parts. Zoom out. And there we go. I'm going to do is remove these at the same time. Okay, we're good to go. I'm going to click on the specific one and I'm going to do is take the whole thing over on here. Control T. Increase the size. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it right over here, which is going to be our next layer, which you can see. And I'm going to do is add in another layer. I'm going to put this thing in a specific circular state. Okay, so let's just use that. I'm going to do is remove both of them for a while. What I'm going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to right click on it. And you can use a circular. Okay, let's just use the circular one. Let's say I'm gonna click on this. And I'm gonna do is take it right above over here. And do is take it up, right click for a clipping mask, and there you go. We have it. Control T. We have it right over here. We can also use the specific background right underneath if you want to, but that's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. So I'm gonna do is take this, and I'm gonna do is take the ellipse right over here. Hold on to Shift so that you get an exact size. You can use this over here. You can use it like this, but I'm going to be making it a bit different. So first thing I'm going to do is take this underneath too. Let's say I'm going to right click, create clipping mask. Do is take this at the top. I'm going to do is click on this ellipse, Control T, increase the size. Do is hold on to Alt so that you get the center. Click on this, Control T. I'm gonna do is take it up right over here. Click on this one, Control T. Works a lot more better. This one should go a bit at the top. This one should be a bit, you know, a bit up over here. There we go. Looks a lot more better. I'm going to click on it, and there we go. We have it. What I'm going to do is click on both of them, right click, and convert to a smart object. What I'm going to do is obviously make sure it is, you know, inside the circle so that it looks good. Okay, good enough. I'm going to select on both of it and convert to a smart object too. So we have it over here. Now what we're going to do is make in another circle and then put it around. Okay, so I'm going to do select on this specific one. Let's say we're going to go up to layer 3. Click on this ellipse, hold on to Alt and Shift. What I'm going to do is make another circle big enough, but a bit bigger than, you know, the one which you have over here. Just take it underneath, which you can see over here. Now what we're going to do is going to be zooming it out a bit. Click on this, Control T. And see it over here. I'm going to do is keeping it just the way it is on Alt. Okay. I'm going to do is take it a bit over here. Control T. Click on this. And here we go. We have it. I'm going to do is click on this fill. I'm going to do is use in whichever color I want to use. Click on this fill again. Click on this color option. And then let's say I'm going to use this color. If you want to use that, you can do that. I'm going to press on OK, and you will basically see that this will be the color. But I want to use it where it will look a bit more like this. Okay. Now it looks a lot more better, right? I'm press on OK. So this is applied. I'm going to do is click on the specific one, which we see over here, the ellipse. Click on this text option. What I'm going to do is find out this anchor over here. Click on this text, and you can see the text has been applied. But what you're going to do is make path for it so that it is in the center of this text. So I'm going to do is click on this specific text. Cut this off. Cut the whole thing off, the whole text off. Control A. Let's go camping. Select on all of it. Reduce the size. Let's say 18 is good. Select on the color. I'm going to do is select on whichever color I want. I'm going to use this or maybe a bit of yellowish because we're going to be putting it inside a bit. Press on OK. Good to go. Select on this text, which we have over here. Then I'm going to do is go off to type. We're going to go off to Guild panel. You can also do that. You can also create work path. You can see work path has been created. What I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. You can go off to type and then you can change the text type. That's like all up to you. Update all text. You can do that. You can also fix the panels if you want to, but if you want to keep your text like this, you can also do that. But if you want to keep your text over on this one, you can also do that. Let's say I'm going to do is press on Control Z. I'm going to press on OK. Let's say I'm going to take this text inside of this one. So I'm going to do is going to be keeping it just the way it is. I'm going to press on File, Redo Free Transform, Redo Move, Redo Control, Shift Control, and Z. Okay, this one works. Just keep it over here. Okay, this is fine. I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this one this time, layer 2 basically. I'm going to do is find out or make another ellipse. Control T. Control T. Okay, this is what now perfect. I'm going to click on this, press on OK, click on this color, and then you're going to do is just use the outline, which you can see over here. I'm going to press on OK, that's good. I'm going to do is click on this one, which you can see from over here. I'm going to do is fix out this exact one. There you go. We have it, a perfect circle. Press on OK, and then we're good to go. Now the next thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking or making in the ellipse 2, which you can see over here. I'm going to do is make it invisible for a while. I'm going to click on this. Okay, I'm going to select on text. Where's our text? We're going to be putting it on this specific ellipse, which you see over here. We have ellipse 2. Click on this, and there you go. We have our text. Let's go. Okay, we have caps on, so I'm gonna do is okay, I'm gonna close out the caps. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna do is make sure it is visible. There we go, we have it. Click on the specific text, click on the color, and make sure to use whichever one you want. This one doesn't look that bad. Okay, this is not that visible. I'm gonna use this. Press on OK. Select on these texts. There we go. Then we're gonna do is use another text over here. Ready to discover. What I'm gonna do is later I'm gonna use this Control X. Select on this. Select on the specific text. I'm gonna do is make it black so that it is visible. Press on OK. Control T. Rotate it. Click on effects later on. What I'm gonna do is you can use whichever font you want. So let's say I'm gonna go off to this old text. I'm gonna do is change this font to something more, you know, camp type. You can see both of them look quite good. This doesn't look that bad. Click on this text again. Discover. Okay, we're good to go. Click on this, Control T. There we go. Press on OK. I'm gonna do is fix it up wherever you want it to. Press on this. There we go. Now I'm gonna select on both of them. Control G. Click on effects. Click on stroke. What I'm gonna do is go off over here. I'm gonna click on the color. Press on red or maybe whichever color you prefer from the specific, you know, let's say I'm gonna use maybe, okay, this one is more visible, this orange one. Press on OK. There we go. Now what I'm gonna do is going to be clicking on each and every one. Ellipse 2. Select the text. Also the group. Right click on it. And convert to smart objects. Here we go. We're done. Now find out the mockup file. No. I'm gonna click on file. Open up. T-shirt mockup. White. Do is take it directly over here. Yes. Okay. Control T. Now we're good to go. Okay. This is our first one. Let's do it on the black one. I'm gonna open. I'm gonna do is find out the black t-shirt. Take this directly on our black t-shirt and paste it. Yes, okay. And there we go. We have it. You can use it as a big one too if you want to. And if you want to mock it up, you can also mock it up. Just right click on it. Just create the clipping mask. And then we're good to go. You can use wherever you want. That's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to make a camp type of t-shirt design. So here you go. So hope you understood everything in this lesson, and thank you for watching this video up till the end. And if you didn't understand any part or faced a couple of problems, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Thank you. Welcome back to our lesson on Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to learn about a photo t-shirt design. Well, what do you mean by a photo t-shirt design? Well, we are going to use a photo to make a custom t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. And to do that, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Adobe Photoshop. So I have opened up Adobe Photoshop on my screen, as you can see, and make sure that you're connected to the internet and also to your subscription. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is going to be opening up a new file. Now, from here, what I'm going to do is going to go off to print and find out A4, okay, which we see over here. Make sure that this is 300 and this is 16-bit, so it is more useful. Press on create, and there you go. You have your panel. If you want to make your own artboard, you can also make your own artboards outside if you want to. That's like totally up to you. But I'm going to do is use just exactly this one. Okay, I'm going to click on this. And the first thing I'm going to do is going to be opening up a file or, a photo which I'll be using in this lesson. Let's say I'm going to use this portraits. Okay, now I'm going to do is select this exact photo or whichever part we need to use. So I'm going to click on select. Click on the subject, and it will take a bit of a time to select the subject in the specific image. And after that is selected, then I'm going to do is cut off parts and also add parts which we need and we don't need. And if you want to add parts, click on this option, click on this plus, and then I'm going to do is add this up. I'm going to click on this, increase the size a bit. You can see just like this. That's basically how it will work. As we can see, all of them is like perfectly selected. And if you want to remove any part, let's say I'm going to do is remove any part, press on Alt, it will turn into minus. You can see how it is working. Okay, as I need also the hair, so I'm going to keep all of this up till here. Okay, now after you're done, just press on this move option, click on this, drag it directly over here, and there we go, we have it. But before that, I'm going to do is add in some effects, or let's say we're going to have a couple of things which we are going to do in this specific lesson. So I'm going to do is first off, make some threshold out of it. So first thing I'm going to do is click on OK, click on image, adjustment, and go off the threshold. And we're going to do is add in some grains later on. We're going to find out that exact part we want to use. As you can see, it will look like this. Find out the exact part. Okay, it doesn't look that good, so I'm going to press on cancel. Let's say I'm not going to use this photo. So as we are not using this photo, let's just say I'm going to remove this, and I have another one on my resource file. Let's say I'm going to use this Bob Marley photo. I'm going to do is first off select the object or the subject which we have in our specific photo, which is Bob Marley over here. And after you can see that it has been selected, I'm going to click on this and select the other parts which we also need. You can see most of the parts is basically selected. What I'm going to do is, if you want to add in some more edits, you can do that. What I'm going to do is just take this whole thing over there, add it up. You can see this is basically how it will look like. Press on Ctrl T, zoom it up a bit. Increase the size. Just keep it just the way it is over here. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on image, click on adjustment, and then I'm going to do is fix in my thresholds. You can see this is basically how it will look like. So I'm going to zoom in and then find out the adjustments of our thresholds. I'm going to do is fix in the exposure later on. Thresholds. Okay, this looks really good. I'm going to press on OK. As this looks quite good, I'm going to click on image, click on adjustment, fix on the exposure. Just fix out the corrections. Offset should be something around over here. Exposure, whichever one you want. So let's say I'm going to do is keep it somewhere like this. Press on OK. And this looks a lot more visible. I'm going to click on image, go to adjustment. And I'm going to fix on this curves. You can fix on the curves according to your desire. I'm going to do zoom in and fix out the output. Let's just make another one over here, a bit darker so that we can see the details, and inner side is going to be a bit upper. So now you can see that everything is visible, right? Press on Control T, increase the size, and you can see it is a lot more visible than how it actually was, right? So I'm going to click on this. Now I'm going to click on layers, layer 1, click on effects, blending option. And then I'm going to do is fix out this underlying layer. So I'm going to click on this so that we can fix out the outer parts that are not over here. You don't need to do that. You have to just fix it, keep it on 198 or 196, somewhere around there, so that we don't have any other things outside of our specific image. Okay. And after you're done, just press on OK, and then we're good to go. Now I'm going to name this layer to be our main photo. Okay. Photo, hit on enter. So this is our main photo which we are going to use. Now I'm going to click on file, open up a new panel, A4 create, and this is where we are going to use our exact shape so that it is going to go behind our photo. So I'm going to click on this rectangle and find out this ellipse tool, hold on to shift. I'm going to do is click on this, click on appearance, select this, and press on Control C, Control F. There you go, we have it. Control. Okay, I'm gonna just delete this part as I don't need it. I'm gonna do is hold on a shift, click on this appearance, Control C, Control V. There we go. Control T. Okay, we have this over here. Control Z. Okay, this is now a bit out of shape. I'm going to click on this stroke over here. Press on OK, click on stroke, click on black. Maybe black. Yeah, black is perfect. What I'm going to do is fix out the stroke. Okay, works. I'm going to do is take it right above over here, increase the size a bit. Control T. I'm going to do is drag it right over here. I'm going to do is add in another one, layer 2. Click on the same thing and make another circle. Hold on to shift, or make sure to hold on to shift. Click on this one. And from here, you're going to find out stroke. Click on black. I'm going to do is click on the same method. Or let's just say I'm going to go up to ellipse 1. Now ellipse 1 has 7.41. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing, 7.41. I'm going to type in 7.41. Okay. Just type in 7.41 px. There we go. We have our second ellipse over here. I'm going to get it at the center. There we go. I'm going to do the same thing, or do the same process over and over again. Hold on to shift. Click on this. Let's say I'm going to take this layer panel out of here so that we can see this appearance option. Click on strokes, click on black, click on this, 7.41. I'll just copy this, Control C. Use this, Control T. I'm going to use it right over here. You can see it's perfect. I'm gonna do the same thing again. Layer 3. There we go. Click on this. Click on this. And I'm gonna do is type in. There we go. We have it. Control T. Take it right over here. Okay. What we're gonna do is do a couple more of these. Let's try copying a bit. Control C. I'm gonna do is copy this exact or duplicate this exact layer. I'm gonna create clipping mask too. That's like totally up to you. I'm gonna do is Control T, Control C, and Control V. Let's see if that works. Okay, it doesn't. So I'm gonna keep it right over here and make another layer. Let's say I'm gonna do is 2 more last ones. Click on this, do the same process. Control T. There we go. We have it. Click on this, Control T, a bit to the left side. I'm going to do the next one, which is the last one, which we're going to use in this. Click on this. Click on this one. V, there we go. Press on T. Control T, basically. And there we go, we have it. Cancel. And here we go, we have all of our options, which we see over here. I'm going to just take this one to be 7.1. And there we go, we have it. Now I'm going to do is select on all of these, but before that, I'm going to do is erase all of them. First I'm going to do is convert it into smart objects. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on them, convert to smart objects. Now as all of them are now together, Control T. So I'm going to do is click on this eraser tool. I'm going to do is rasterize this effect. And I'm going to do is remove the part I don't need. Okay, let's instead of doing that, let's just take it to that layer and then change that. Okay, Control T. This is a smart object. Okay, there's 2 of them over here. Let's take this. Let's just take that photo over here. Okay, we can use it over here too. That's the same thing. Click on ellipse, increase the size. See, this is basically how it will look like. I'm going to click on this ellipse again, Control T. Press on OK. I'm going to do is click on Control T again and hold on to Shift. Make sure it is at the center. Okay, center aligned. I'm going to do is press on Control T again and keep it at the center. Okay. And I'm going to do is use this photo to be over here. And I'm going to do is click on this, click on our erase tool. I'm going to just right click on it. And if you want to rasterize this layer, you can. I'm going to just remove this part. This part is already rasterized. Remove the parts which I don't want. It's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. Then you can also right click on it, and then I'm going to do is use some blending option on it. Do is go to blending option. This is quite perfect. Okay, let's fix the black ones a bit. Doesn't look bad. What I'm going to do is remove them later on anyway. So I'm going to click on OK. And I'm going to do is click on this ellipse tool. And I'm going to click on this, remove the parts which are underneath. You can see it over here. Okay, let's instead of that, we can remove the parts that are over the ones. Right? Looks a lot more better and looks a lot more retro. Let's just remove a couple of the ones which doesn't look that good. Remove these. There we go, we have it. I'm gonna do is click on this tool. Looks better. Now we're gonna do is going to be clicking on this Control T and fixing it a bit more. Press on OK. And I'm gonna do is going to be using it a bit of effect on it. Let's say on go off to ellipse, right click. Or let's say I'm gonna do is get in a retro file, maybe a retro texture, then use it. But first off, let's just use in a bit of our text options over here. So to add in our text, I'm gonna do is add in another layer, click on text, and I'm gonna do is add in my text over here. Okay, this is not how it should be. Horizontal type. I'm gonna type it like this. I'm gonna do is remove this part, which we see over here. Control Z. Let's say I'm gonna press on Control Z a couple of times because I don't really need this. I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna remove this. Click on this one. I'm gonna just click on horizontal type. And I'm gonna just make sure to put in my text over here. Let's say I'm gonna type in music is life. Okay, I'm gonna do is select all of these, and I'm gonna do is select whichever font we want to use. Let's say I'm gonna go over fonts and find out the one which we want to use. So I'm gonna do is go down and find the exact one to use in this exact photo. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna use this, or maybe a bit more better. I'm gonna just change the color. Press on OK, and then we're good to go. Control T. There we go. Select on this tool. There we have it. gonna select on this text again, and let's say I'm gonna do is go off finding more samples over here, more text. Okay, this looks better. I'm gonna click on all of it, and then I'm gonna do is add in a bit of stroke. You can add in strokes if you want to. That's like totally up to you. So I'm gonna do is click on this, click on effects. I'm gonna do is add in stroke. What I'm gonna do is click on this color and find out the one which I want. Make sure it is a bit of darker so that it is a bit more visible on the color. Okay, do is fix out the opacity, fix out the size, and if you want to do it, put in inner shadow, or maybe let's say I'm gonna put in bevel and emboss. You can see the bevel looks a lot more better. You can see this is looking good. See, I'm gonna do soften it up a bit, fix out the angles. You can fix the angle wherever you want. Looks good. I'm gonna pin the light, or maybe a vivid light. Just fix the opacity. Looks a lot more better, right? I'm gonna do is click on gloss contour. Okay, a bit darker is fine. I'm gonna just fix the depth better. Click on stroke and everything is good over here. I'm gonna do is drop a shadow, a bit of shadow basically. Fix the distance. What I'm gonna do is opacity should be a bit more visible. Angle should be right over here. We just add in a bit of spread, add in a bit of size. Here we go. Press on OK. You can see this is looking a lot more better than how it was supposed to be. Then I'm gonna do is remove this, and as this one is done, I'm gonna do is add in another text. Music is life, and here I'm gonna put in the Marley. Okay, so I'm gonna do is click on this text option again. I put in Marley. Select all of this text. I'm gonna go off over here. I'm gonna do is use the same font which we are using, Hello Solid. I'm gonna do is select on this, and I'm gonna do is click on italic sample if it is, but let's say I'm gonna do is just keep it Marley. Okay, I'm gonna do is select on this text, select on the color, and fix out the exact color we are using over here. Press on OK. I'm gonna do is press on T, hold on to Shift, Control Z, Control Shift, do delete. Increase the size. I'm gonna just take it at the top. Even top over here. I'm gonna do the same effect on this. I'm gonna click on first off strokes. Right click, stroke. Click on the color, which is over here. Drop shadow. You can see it will be applied the same thing. Inner shadow or inner glow. Then you're gonna add in bevel and emboss. And you can see this is just the way it is. You can see drop shadow. You can also add in inner glow if you want to. You can also inner shadow. That's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. But like you can see that everything is applied over here because everything is being saved. I'm gonna just click on a bit of spread, click on a bit of size this time, because you can see now this is more visible. I'm gonna have a bit of noise on this so that it looks a bit retro. Then I'm gonna do is click on, let's say I'm gonna put in a bit of texture and a bit of contour. Okay, not texture, but a bit of contour on it. I'm gonna do is put in a bit of satin. You can do that. click on this. I'm going to do is fixing the opacity. I don't need it too much. Just reduce this. Okay. You can see this is looking a lot more better. Press on OK. Then we're good to go. I'm going to do is increase this a bit because I can't see all the things all at once. I'm going to do is select on all of this together. Okay, let's go off this ellipse. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to do is go off the stroke, and I'm going to do is add in a bit of stroke, or make the stroke a bit more fat so it's a bit more visible. I'm going to do is find out black, because black looks a lot more better, right? Press on OK, and this is how it will look like. Then you can fix out the size according to your desire. There we go, we have it. Press on OK. Then I'm gonna do is keep it just the way it is. I'm gonna do is press on Control, select on these layers, select on all of it, right click on it, convert to Smart Object. There we go, we have all of it. I'm gonna do is remove this right now. I'm gonna do is open up our t-shirt file. Just let's say I'm gonna do is get this black t-shirt. Just get all of this directly on this panel. Control T. What do is select on this. Okay, you can see this is basically how it will look like. Okay, but if you want to add in more effect, let's say I'm going to do is add in a bit of texture on it. So I'm going to click on open, go off to resources. Let's say I'm going to do is get this retro texture, or this retro texture we have over here. Okay, as we can't open that, I'm going to do is open up the other one which we have, retro texture. I'm going to do is take this convert to texture, but I'm going to do is first off, click on layers, right click on it, click on effects, click on blending option. I'm going to do is fix out this. Press on OK. I'm going to do is take this exact thing over on this. Okay, let's say on this one. I'm going to just click on this. And see, this is how it will look like. Control T. Just right click on it and create clipping mask. Add in that texture wherever you want to. You can also right click on it, go to effects, fix out more blending option over here. A bit less. Okay. This is how it will look like. Okay, you can see this is how it is looking like. Press on OK if you're done, which I'm done right now. What I'm going to do is click on both of them, right click, convert to Smart Object. Let's say I'm going to open up this white t-shirt this time. Select t-shirt mockup, white t-shirt. As we have it over here, I'm going to do is remove this one, which we already have. What I'm going to do is remove this retro texture. I'm going to do is add a no. Take this whole thing, white t-shirt, and place it up. Press on OK. Press on Control T. What I do is reduce the size and fix it up right over here. Press on OK. And you can see that we have our, our t-shirt design by using a photo. So hope you learned everything in this lesson and understood what we have done on this lesson. So if you face any problem, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about how we will be able to make an anime t-shirt design by using Adobe Photoshop. Welcome back to our another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to be learning about anime t-shirt design. Well, I guess you guys have been waiting for this for a long time. So we're going to cover up all of the steps, and also we're going to be using a lot of details in this lesson, so it might be quite of a long video. So make sure to see each part so that you don't, skip anything or skip any step. Well, this is quite simple to do, but as there are quite a lot of objects or a lot of elements which we're going to use, so make sure to see the whole thing. And if you are more creative and if you have more idea, make sure to use your own ideas and make your own t-shirt design. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto Adobe Photoshop and open up all our files, which are also given in our resource files, which you can open up whenever you want. Now what we're gonna do is start off opening up the files. Let's say I'm gonna do is click on new A4, press on create. I'm gonna do is click on file, click on open on your computer resources, and then from here I'm gonna do is find out the ones which I'm going to use. Let's start off by choosing our background, which we're gonna use. We have a couple of other things too, but let's just start off with our backgrounds. Now as we have our background, and the first thing I'm gonna do is going to be getting another one. Let's say the character which we're gonna use to make this, let's say I'm gonna use this, okay, which we're gonna use is this one, or we can use another one which we have over here. Well, this is basically Zenitsu, but I'm gonna do is use either one of them. But as you can see that this guy is basically yellow color based or orange based, so the first thing I'm gonna do is gonna be making this one to be orange, okay, orange or maybe yellowish, so it looks a lot more better, right? Now I'm gonna do is go off to this layer. First I'm gonna do is click on this plus option, do select on this part which we are going to use. I'm gonna do is click on these ones too, which we have over here, which you can see basically it's going to be like this. I'm gonna do is hold on to alt and remove the parts which we don't need. As you can see, this is how it will look like. You can see I'm going to select only the red parts. Just remove these. Just this part. There we go. We have it. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Just get this one. We got it. And as we're perfectly done, I'm gonna do is select on this and take it out directly on over here. Press on Control T, zoom out. Now we already have this layer, right? Now I'm gonna do is going to be taking or making this color to be a bit different. So I'm gonna do is make another layer out of it. Let's say I'm gonna do is Control C. Let's Control C, and I'm gonna press on Control V. And this is where I'm gonna be, let's say, making in my layers. So I'm gonna do is right click on it, or let's just go off to effects. I'm gonna do is go off to color overlay. I'm gonna do is click on this, go off to yellowish, maybe find something similar to that. So I'm gonna do is first off cancel this. Let's say I'm gonna get one of these photos. Let's say which photo can we use. Okay, let's just use this. Press on select on subject, and it's gonna select the subject for us. It's gonna take a bit of a time, because if this has a lot of details, it takes a bit of time to fix this up. Click on this and fix the parts which you want to use too. Okay, I'm gonna do select these ones too because we need it. See this one and this one, which we see over here, and basically we're done except for this one, right? After you're done, just click on this. I'm gonna do is get this out over here and paste it right over here. Control T, zoom it up or maybe extend it a bit. I'm gonna do is, if this isn't that good, I'm gonna do is keep it this way. I'm gonna do is keep it over here so it looks a lot more better. So I'm gonna do is going to be clicking on this layer 2, which we have over here. I'm gonna do is just take this layer option on this side. Maybe I'll just take it a bit on this left and use only this layer over here. Okay, I'm gonna just cut this off. I'm not gonna need that for a while. Do is take this part in. So first thing I'm gonna do is go off to layer 2. I'm gonna do is make sure that this color is similar to this one. Click on color overlay. Click on this color, and I'm going to be using this one. You can see this is how it will look like. Press on OK, OK, and then we're good to go. What I'm gonna do is click on this layer 3. You can see this is how it will look like. Looks a lot more better. What I'm gonna do is go off to layer, go off to effects, color overlay, fix the opacity. Make sure it's not that much. I'm gonna just keep it somewhere around 50 or 60 so that it is, looks a lot more better. What I'm gonna do is put in a bit of satin. Make sure to put in some bit of distance so that it just looks a bit, better. You can see the details of all of these, so it just looks better. You can fix the size of this. What I'm gonna do is put a drop shadow. Just put the distance on it. Okay, let's just not use drop shadow. Let's just use this, okay? Let's just fix out the color satin and all of those. We're just going to use this. There we go, we have it. Okay, we're good to go. I'm going to do is press on OK, and we're going to just remove this first. Now, as we already have our panel over here and all of the things we need to make all of these into one, so I'm going to do is make this into one layer, convert to smart objects, and there we go, we have our backgrounds. Now, even though we have our background, we don't have the other ones, which are going to be these clouds. So I'm going to do is click on this. I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to press on Control Z and remove the parts which I've selected. Click on this, and I'm going to do is select the ones which I'm going to need this time. Select all of it, and then you're going to do is start removing the ones which you don't need. So I'm going to do is, let's say I'm not going to be needing these white parts. Okay. I'm going to do zoom in. Not going to be needing that. Not going to be needing this either. Select the ones which you need. What I'm going to do is deselect over here. Okay, we got it. There we go. We kind of have it, right? Looks a lot more better. There we go. Fix it perfectly so that it looks, a lot more professional. Do is keep this a bit. Looks better. I'm going to is find out the ones which look like this, and also remove the ones which look like this, basically. And follow the same steps to get your exact results. And there we go, we basically have it, and it looks a lot more better than how it actually was, except for this part. Okay, there we go. What I'm gonna do is select the other one too. Perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna do is remove the parts. To select these parts too. We select the ones which we need, and deselect the parts which we don't need. Do select them perfectly. Well, this basically takes a bit of a time to, do all of this up. But basically, it's kind of fun doing it because you're gonna get that exact result after you're done, and it will look a lot more better. Okay, you can also do something like reverting the process, reverting the first thing and then just invert the whole thing, and it will also look a lot better. If you want to do it, you can try it, but I prefer, doing it manually because it gives me the exact type of result I'm trying to get it from. So this is basically how it will work. So that's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it or how you're gonna get your exact results. So you're gonna make sure you have to, select it perfectly. You can see there are a lot of things over here, but if I do it like directly all together, then there are going to be a couple of things that I have to do manually again. So I prefer doing it manually until I get my exact results. I'm gonna press on Alt and then fix it up. You can see how it looks like. Keep it up like this, keep it up like this. There we go. Looks a lot more better, right? Do is remove the last part which we have over here. Okay, there we go. All of them are deselected. I'm gonna click on this tool. I'm gonna take it right over on this entitled panel. Control T. I'm gonna zoom out. To is find out the exact position for them. Zoom out a bit more, maybe. Just hold on a shift and then do it so that you get, better results, obviously. Okay, looks a lot more better. Then I'm gonna do the same thing over here. I'm gonna do is right click on it, Control C, Control V. We have two of them over here. I'm gonna do is right click on it or go off to effects, go off to color overlay. I'm gonna do is change the color to something different. Let's say I'm gonna click on this, maybe select this color, which is a bit darker. Okay, what I'm gonna do is go a bit down over here. Press on OK, and then we're good to go. Okay, I'm gonna click on both of them too, convert into smart objects. I'm gonna do is take both of these and convert into a smart object. There we go, we have different colors over here. Now we're gonna use this specific character, which you're gonna do is Control T. I'm gonna do is add in effects and all of those right over here. Okay, so we have this. We have our specific character, we have our background, and the last thing we're gonna need is just, a lot of effects. So I'm gonna do is cut this off. We're not gonna need this anymore. Press on no. We have all of our background and also our photo. So I'm gonna do is going to be use this whenever we want. So I'm gonna do is, let's say instead of that, I'm gonna do is convert to layers again. Convert to layers. Click on that. I'm gonna go off over here. I'm gonna do is click on effects. Click on color overlay. I'm gonna do, let's say instead of that, let's try this yellow first. Let's see how this looks like. Not that bad, right? Not that bad. I'm gonna click on OK, and let's try our strokes a bit. Let's say instead of this color, I'm gonna do is use this color. Okay, no, I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna press on cancel and keep it just the way it was. Control Z, Control Z. Okay, we're gonna keep it to be, like this. I'm gonna press on file, press on open. Let's try using the ones which we need right now. There are a couple of other things which you can use. Let's say our text and all of those. We can use those whenever we want. Let's say from here, I'm gonna do is use this text, exact text, which you're gonna open up. Click on select, and let's say I'm gonna do is focus the area or select mask, whichever part you want. Let's say from here, I'm gonna do select the parts which I'm gonna use. Here we go. This is going to be our specific text. Hold on to Alt and remove the parts which we don't need. There we go. There we go, we have it. We have this. You select the one, all of them all together. It's totally fine if you select the parts which you don't need because we can remove them later on. So select all of the parts which you have over here or whichever part you can see. You can see all of them has been selected. I'm gonna do is select the last part which is over here. I'm gonna do is take all of this together directly on this panel. Control T. I'm gonna do the same thing, but first thing I'm gonna do is drop this at the bottom because we don't need it to be that visible. Okay, I'm gonna press on Control T. Okay, let's just take this a bit at the top. Let's just say I'm gonna do is right click on it, put on a bit of blending option. Okay, let's just keep it at the top and try using the blending option. Right click on it, blending option. Let's say I'm gonna do is keep this on like this, and I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna do is keep it, okay, never mind, I have to keep it like at the bottom, but we're gonna do is fix out the parts which we don't need. Press on OK. I'm gonna do is take it at the top. Let's say not this one, obviously this one at the bottom. Let's say I'm going to take this up just one step at the top. What I'm going to do is make the same thing over here. Control C, Control V. Make sure to put it on the top. Click on Effects. Put on Color Overlay. Obviously, it will look like this because we're going to use it at the same color palette, right? I'm going to just click on this color. Let's see how this looks like. Okay, not this one, maybe this one, or maybe this one. Doesn't look that bad, right? This one, or maybe this one. We have to choose one, okay? Okay, this doesn't look that bad. I'm gonna press on OK, and there we go. We have it over here. Doesn't look that bad. And there you go. We have our anime design, which you can see over here. We're gonna use it right on this. I'm gonna click on this specific layer. I'm gonna first off convert it into smart objects. Convert to smart objects. We have it. This is basically how it will look like. I can also take it whenever I want. Okay, I have mistaken this part together. I'm gonna do select on only these two, convert to smart objects. So that is right over here, which we can see. This is just the smart object which we're gonna use. And this is the part we're gonna blend. Okay, blend a bit. What I'm gonna do is make sure go off to effects, go off to blending option. Make sure to use this so that there are no other, anything outside of the photo that is being taken. Make sure to use this to fix out the parts too. Let's say I'm gonna use this one. Looks a lot more better. can see we have to see no foot over here. Looks good. What I'm gonna do is click on colors. You can also apply colors if you want to. You can also add an inner glow. What I'm gonna do is make sure to use a bit of gradient overlay. I'm gonna go off to gradient, and I can fix the opacity a bit. Let's go off to gradient and fix out, instead of greens, let's find out a bit of oranges or reds. Okay, this doesn't look bad. I'm gonna just use maybe a bit of this. Okay. Okay, this looks good. Really good, basically. What I'm gonna do is press on or keep it on like this. Press on Control T. Okay, let's say instead of this, we're gonna make it something like this. But we have to keep it somewhere around like this so that this is not visible. Let's say I'm gonna do is remove this leg over here so that it isn't, you know, it doesn't look like, yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna click on this eraser tool, remove the part which we don't need. There we go, we have it. Doesn't look bad. I'm gonna do is press on Alt. Okay, let's just maybe remove only the parts where it's, you know, outside of the thing. So I'm gonna do is just remove the parts that we don't need actually. Let's say this part we don't need it. Okay, here we go. We have it over here. Doesn't look bad, right? It looks quite good. And there you go. We have our design. I'm gonna do is keep it the way it is. Then I'm gonna do is, if you want to put in more text, if you want to, you can do that. But I'm gonna do is keep it just the way it is. I'm gonna click on all of them. Let's say over here, I'm gonna do is add in or go to more effects, and I'm gonna go off to blending option. Let's say from here, I'm gonna do is go in some inner shadows or maybe a bit of strokes. I'm gonna do is fix out the stroke color. Let's say I'm gonna do is get in a bit of, you know, so it looks a bit more better. Yes, white it is. Then press on this, and I'm gonna do is fix it on white. Press on OK. Do is fix in, let's say I'm gonna type in 2 or maybe 3. Looks better. Effects, stroke. Fix out the opacity. Press on OK, and there are a couple of things that we need to remove. So I'm gonna click on eraser again. Remove the parts which you don't want. You can see now this looks a lot more better than how it was. What we're gonna do is smoothen it out a bit. Click on effects, click on blending option, go off to texture. You can add in texture if you want to. You can add in contour. You can see now contour has made it a lot more smoother. I'm gonna click on contour, fix in the range. You can see this is basically how it will look like. Press on OK, and there you go. We have this 3D, you know, effect on here. Then I'm gonna do is click on all of it, right click, and convert to smart object. And there we go. We have our design. And after we have our design, what you're gonna do is going to be removing the parts which we don't need. Let's see, I'm gonna click on this eraser. Okay. We don't need this. Okay, first off, let's just go back a bit. Let's say I'm gonna use Control Z. I'm going to do is first off right click on it and create a clipping mask so that it only stays inside of this, maybe. Control Z so it only stays like this, okay? Let's just try on this one. Just convert to smart object. Control Z, not this layer. I'm going to do is convert to smart object. This is going to be just the way it is, okay? Let's try converting to smart object too. It's not what I wanted, so I'm going to use Control Z and I'm going to use right click on it. Let's just try keeping it on create. Let's say I'm going to do is create clipping mask, and there we go. We have whatever we want it to be like this. I'm going to do is click on both of them. Now we can turn it into smart objects, and there you go. Now you can see that nothing is going out the way it was on the first time. Now we can also open up the first part, or let's say the t-shirt, which we are going to apply to. Open t-shirt mockup, isolated white. I'm going to do is remove this, and I'm going to do is get the black one too. Let's say we have 2 of these. Now I'm going to do is take one on all of them. Control T. We have ours in it too over here. I'm going to do the same thing over here and take it on the black t-shirt. Okay. Control T. Press on OK, and there we go. We have it. You can see it looks a lot better than, being on this t-shirt. Okay. So hope you learned everything in this lesson and hope you understood everything. If you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. And make sure to follow each and every step. Please don't skip a part. So if you did understand, and thank you for watching up till the end. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome back to our another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to learn about logo t-shirt design, or how we will be able to make logos for our t-shirt. So without any further ado, let's just hop on and open up Adobe Photoshop. As we've opened up Adobe Photoshop, now the first thing you have to keep that in mind is that in this lesson, we are going to be showing you a couple of logo designs. Well, all of them are going to be very basic, very simple, but very casual and classy, so you can use it on different let's say different ways in different places wherever you want. But the thing is that you have to follow a couple of steps, and these are like very simple, so make sure to watch it from the beginning to the end. And we're going to show you more than like 5 logos which you will be able to make with your creativity later on. So without any further ado, let's just start off by making our first logo. Now press on new file, press on create, and then we're good to go. I'm going to do is make another one so that I will be able to see how it basically looks like. Now let's say I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. Now the first logo we're going to be making is going to be very simple inside of a circle. And obviously at the end we're going to mock up each and every one of them later on. So first off I'm going to do is, let's go to Untitled 2. I'm going to do is first off make in a specific circle, which we already have over here, which is the ellipse. So hold on to shift, make your circle. Then what you're going to do is open up this layer option. If you still can't find where the layer option is, just go to Windows, go to Workspace, or just find out layers over here. And then we have our layers option. I'm going to do is take it right over here because I'm not going to be needing that much of it. So I'm going to do is click on this part and take it on the left. Press on OK, Control Z. I'm going to use just this. Now what I'm going to do is going to be making more circles out of it, but first I'm going to click on fill, click on, or make it just like this, because I don't need this color, or I don't need this. So I'm going to do is fix on the strokes, click, keep it on black, and make sure to use, let's say 7, hit on enter, and make sure that it looks visible. Now as we already have it, now we're going to put in our text. I'm going to click on this text option. As we've put on our text, we're going to do is make another layer and put in the text in that layer. Click on it and you can see this will appear over here. We're going to cut this off. Now I'm going to do is click on this color and make sure to use black. Press on OK. Select whichever font you want to use. Let's say I'm going to do is put in a bit of text first and then change it later on. Let's say I'm going to put in KLRT. Okay. Make sure to use whichever one you want. I'm going to do select on both of them. I'm going to keep it on left. I'm going to do is press on OK, and then I'm going to do is select on all of them and change up the font. Let's say we're going to use something which looks very simple and very good. We can use Skillemy if you want to. That's like totally up to you. We can use this. This is totally usable. I'm going to do is fix in the size. Let's say I'm going to put in 48. Okay, works. I'm going to do is select on this, press on Control T, and hold on to Shift. Delete. I'm going to click on that. KLRT, which we have. I'm going to delete this one. Control T. Increase the size. There we go. We have it. We're going to use this text only over here. I'm going to select on this and make sure that this is totally black. Click on this ellipse. Control T. I'm going to do is fix in the stroke a bit, because that's the color. Okay, I'm going to click on it. Click on the stroke. I'm going to do is keep it on ellipse. Well, let's just use 13. Okay, 13 is a lot better. Now I'm going to do is make sure that there is another circle, but I'm going to put in my text over here. Click on this ellipse. Yes, I'm going to put in my text just like this. I'm going to do is obviously make sure that this is 24 or maybe less. Control A, remove. Let's say I'm going to put in business oriented services. Then we're gonna say courier. It's just gonna be something, you know, which looks a lot more better. Click on center align. And this is basically how it will look like, so you don't have to worry. So let's just start off over here. Let's say landline. Social service. Let's say we're going to put in the last one. Social service, and let's say chef. Okay, this is not visible, so I'm going to click on them again. I'm going to cut this off. What I'm going to do is make sure that this is 18. Or maybe let's just type in 23 or see how it works. 23, hit on enter. Okay, works. This doesn't look that bad. Okay, works. Let's try in 23.5. 23.5. Perfect. I'm gonna do select on this. Select on the circle, which we have over here. Click on this, which we have over here. And then you can also take it a bit on the top. I'm going to just click on this. You can take it just the way you want it to be. You can fix out the one. Now you can use whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to use this one. Looks a lot more better, right? Now, as we're done with this, I'm going to do is, let's say I want it a bit at the top. So I'm going to do is click on this, Control T. I'm gonna do is make sure that this is a bit, higher. Well, let's say I'm gonna do is type in 150. Okay, let's just not do that. Okay, let's just cut this off. I'm gonna do is press on Control T. Hold on to Shift and make sure to increase the circle just a bit. And then you can fix it up just like this. And then you're good to go. Let's say I'm gonna click on this one, which doesn't look that good. Okay, let's say cater. There we go. We have this. I'm gonna do is put in another circle. Control T, Control J. We made a duplicate of it, most probably, but if it doesn't work yet, I'm gonna press on Control Z. I'm gonna do is Control C, Control V over here. Control C and then Control V. We have another circle. We're gonna put it right up over here on the top. And I'm gonna do is press on Control T, hold on a Shift, and then increase the size, and then place it up wherever you want. Hold on a Shift again, and place it on the center. There we go. We have it. So we basically have our first logo. As we have our first logo, I'm gonna do is click on all of them. Or maybe let's just say I'm gonna do is use the same font which we're using over here. So I'm gonna do is instead of light italic, I'm gonna do is keep it on light sample, just the way it is. I'm gonna click on all of them. We're just gonna make it bold, okay? Let's just say I'm gonna do is just type in cater. There we go. We have it. So I'm going to click on all of them and make sure to make it into a smart object. And there we go. What I'm going to do is keep all of it together. Press on Control T. Take it directly over on the first one. Or use it on whenever we want. Click on it and take it on the first page. There we go, we have it. Make sure to select the path or it's not gonna work. Okay, there we go. We have our first logo. Now we're gonna move on to our next logo. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna delete this. Now let's start off with the other one. Let's say I'm gonna do is make this rectangle tool. And do is shape up this rectangle just like this. And I'm gonna do is click on this, make sure to use the fill, and I'm gonna do is make it black. We're not gonna need anything over here. Let's say I'm gonna do is just take it right around over here, click on the text, click on something. Let's say I'm gonna type in, okay, this is going to be social service. Let's just come up with the name. Threshold. Okay, we're gonna use this. I'm gonna select on this and I'm gonna do is first off make it white. Press on OK, press on Control T. I'll take it right over here. I'm gonna do is hold on a Shift and make sure that this is visible. And obviously we're not gonna use this font, So I'm going to click on this rectangle first, Control T. I'm going to use this. I'm going to click on this text. And I'm going to do is click on this. And first off, let's just go off to any of the text which we want. Let's say I'm going to do is find something a bit more classy, just like this, Century Gothic. Looks gold. Looks good, basically. I'm going to do is click on regular. And there we go. Control T. Press on OK, Control T. There we go, we have it. I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna do is take this part. I'm gonna do is make it bold. And I'm gonna use this part over here. Okay, let's just keep it just the way it is, okay? It just looks good on all sides. What I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna keep on this and delete that part. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be using a couple of shapes on this. I'm going to press on Control T and make sure that this is at the center. Okay, perfectly done. Then I'm going to do is use a bit of shapes, custom shape tool, and go over to shapes, and you can use whichever shape you want. Okay, there are a couple of shapes which you'll be able to use. Leaf tree, then there are boats, then there are flowers. That's like totally up to you, whichever one you're going to use. But if you want more shapes, just click on Stitch, Starbuck, Color, Target, whichever one you have. You can just get it through there. And you can also download a couple of shapes. That's like totally up to you. But from here, I'm going to use this triangle too. So I'm going to do is just make in a triangle. Okay, let's just say I'm going to do is get something like this. I'm going to do is click on this fill, click on this black. Do is get it somewhere around over here. You can see it looks a lot more better. I'm going to take this, select on this, Control C, Control V. I'm going to click on this, and then we're going to use this rotate tool. I'm going to click on Control T. Rotate it perfectly. Click on this, and there we go. We're going to put in the same distance, and there we go. We have our next logo, which we'll be able to use. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on all of them. I'm going to turn this into a smart object. I'm going to take this one over here too and paste it up. Control T. Now we have like two logos over here, which we'll be able to use in our t-shirt. You can see threshold and also KLRT. Now let's move on to our next one, which is going to be a bit different. But if you want to add in more details, you can also do that. Let's say over here, I'm going to put in a bit more of text. Let's say I'm going to click on this. Okay, let's just remove this. Instead, I'm going to put this on over here. I'm going to type in EST dot. Take this up right over here. Click on this text. What you do is select on whichever text you want, whichever sample you want to use. Let's say I'm going to use Century Gothic, which looks a lot more better. I'm going to do is Control C. I'm going to do the same thing, Control C, Control V. I'm going to take this right over here. I'm going to do is put in the date, or let's say 2023. Just take this around over here, and there we go. We have it. I'm going to do is take all of these again and convert to inspired objects, and there we go. We have our next, What I'm going to do is remove this, delete. I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is, Control T. Second logo is done. I'm going to do is remove this, delete. Let's move on to our next logo. So our next logo is going to be a bit, let's say creative, a bit more creative basically. So I'm gonna do is start off with our rectangle tool. Let's say I'm gonna do is make sure to use 2 rectangles over here. Make sure to use black. And I'm gonna do is Control C, Control V over here. Let's say not this one. I'm gonna do is just Control C and then Control V. There we have 2 triangles. I'm gonna do is place it up right over here. Then make sure it's like aligned perfectly. So on the next triangle, I'm gonna do is click on fill and make sure it is removed. But I'm gonna do is click on this and I'm gonna click on stroke. Make sure to use, let's say, 30. Hit on enter. There we go. It's now a lot more visible. Now as it is visible, I'm gonna do is align it perfectly. Okay, as this is, strokes are a bit, fatter, so I'm going to do is just cut this off. Let's say I'm going to type in 25, hit on enter. And you have to make sure that it is, perfectly positioned. I'm going to click on it and paste it so that it isn't, not aligned like that. I'm going to do is take this over here. So as this is now on the top, let's say I'm going to do is click on it and change the fill for a while. Let's say I'm going to click on RGB and click on red. Make sure this is at the top. What I'm going to do is change on literally different colors. Let's say I'm going to go off the dark colors. Let's just use black. And on this one, let's just use, a bit grayish. So I'm going to do is go pale or maybe dark. That's like up to me, whichever one I want. Okay, it doesn't look that bad. Looks good. Just change it to 20. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to do is select on this and I'm going to just make sure it is inside, maybe. Okay, I need a bit of rounded corners. I'm going to have to zoom in a bit. And I'm going to do is click on this and make sure this is a bit, roundish. Bilinear, and there we go. You have it. Yes, there we go. We have it. Let's just use 30, okay? And I'm gonna do is just take it or, keep it just the way it is over here. We can reduce the size if we want to, Control T. Even though because the stroke is kind of fat. So I'm gonna do is just reduce the size just a bit so that it looks, equal. Press on OK. And there we go, we have it. There we go. Now as we're done on this, now what I'm going to do is going to be zooming in and fixing out this part a bit more. Okay, it doesn't look that bad. Now what I'm going to do is put in our text, which is going to be quite, interesting. So I'm going to do is, instead of that, we can also use this fill, let's say I'm going to do is just click on this one, Control T, which we have over here. Control T. Over here, I'm going to do is turn this into black. Click on this, turn it into black. What I'm going to do is use a bit of stroke, which is going to be outside of this. Also like outside of this, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to do is go off to layers, find out stroke option. Even outside of it, I'm going to do is use a bit of white. I can see it's a bit more visible. Just fix out the opacity. I'm going to do is fix on darken, or maybe let's just click it on Okay, normal. Okay. And there you go. We have our design or have our logo. I'm going to just click on texts and I'm going to just click on this over here. Make sure it is black in color. Let's say I'm going to type in whichever text we wanted to use, which was threshold, social, STD. Click on this and there you go. We have it. Yeah, I'm going to just click on this and I'm going to just keep it center. Let's just reduce the size a bit. Click on all of it. Keep it center aligned, just like this. And there we go. Perfect. Click on all of it. Convert to smart object. And there we go. We have this one too. Now we have 3 logos, which we will be able to use. Now let's go to another one, which is going to be also kind of very simple and very, good looking one. So the next one is going to be something a bit more creative, which is going to be, let's say we're going to make it a camera. So I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to just click on this. I'm going to do is click on rectangle tool. Let's just use this. Click on fill, click on black. Or maybe let's just use, instead of that, let's just use this. And then let's just use, a bit of color on it. Okay, black is good over here. I'm going to do is click on this and make sure it's on 50. Hit on OK. There we go. We have it. Looks quite good. So we have our layering. I'm going to do is make another one. And all of them should be on the top. So next thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on another layer. Let's say this part is perfect. Okay, done. I'm going to put it on top of this. Works. Then I'm going to do is going to be making in circles around over here. There we go. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to click on fill. Okay, instead of that, let's just first off make another layer and then make our circle, because that is going to be more, better, a bit more better than, having it on the same layer. And I'm going to do is obviously remove the fill. I'm going to do is click on it and make sure to use, let's say 30 or maybe, 25. Let's just use 26. Just use it over here. Just take this up over here. Hold on a shift. Reduce the size, and there we go. Looks good. Let's just keep it on a bit of on the left. I'm gonna click on this, rectangle, or maybe just let's make another one. Click on this. What do is zoom in a bit. Let's make another circle. Now I'm going to do is obviously keep it black, because this is going to be something which we need. Click on ellipse. I'm going to do is click on fill, and then I'm going to do is make it to be color gray over here. Not this, but I'm going to do is, instead of gradients, let's just use a bit of color. It's going to be something like this. Looks better, right? I'm going to do is click on this tool again, rectangle tool. What I'm going to do is make sure to use another one over here, but without any, let's say without any stroke. I'm gonna use the fill to be black. And I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna go off to fill and then type in 0. There we go. We have it. We have our camera ready. Just click on this rectangle 1. Just reduce the size a bit. Looks a lot more better. I'm gonna click on this ellipse which we have over here. I'm gonna convert to smart object. I'm gonna just take it just the way wherever we want. And after you're done, I'm gonna do is just put on whichever text you want to use. As we have our shape, what we're gonna do is also convert all of them into smart objects. Now we go. We have it. I'm gonna just take it up over here too. So we have 4 logos over here on our first page. We can also use a different one. Let's say instead of this, I'm going to do is obviously use a bit of text, because without the text, it doesn't look that good. And we're going to make this video into 2 parts because, you know, it's kind of very long. So I'm going to do is going to be use this threshold over here text. I'm going to do is click on this plus option and then make another layer. Click on text, and I'm going to do is put in another threshold. Photography. Okay, we have it. I'll just take it right to the center. And there we go. We have it. Click on both of them, convert to smart object, and then we take it over here. Control T, hold on to shift. We have 4 logos ready. Press on Control T. Control Z. There we go. We have it. So these are the 4 ones. We have 2 more remaining and also mockup. So we're going to end it up on our next part of the same video. Welcome back to Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Well, we're going to get back to logo t-shirt design part 2. As you can see that in our previous part, or the first part, we made 4 of these. So in this lesson, we're going to make 2 more, okay? So let's start off by using our Untitled 2, where we're going to use another one over here. So the first thing I'm going to do is right click on it, click on Ellipse tool, and I'm going to do is make in my circle. Click on the stroke, click on the color. I'm going to click on black instead of any other, you know, looking color or whichever one we're using. So I'm not going to use fill like this or any type. Click on stroke. I'm going to do is click on this color. We're going to use just black. On this fill, we're not going to use that. We're just going to use black over here. So let's just say I'm going to do is keep it on just the way it is. I'm going to do is keep it just the way it was, okay? We're just going to remove all of this. Select on it. Delete. And I'm going to do is remove it. And in layer 1, we're going to start off with our ellipse tool. You can still see it is a bit, you know, freaky, kind of, you know, prickly over here. So I'm going to do is first off, remove that thing which we are using over here. Let's just start off from here. I'm going to do is click on this. I'm going to make sure to use this ellipse tool, and I'm going to do is make a circle. We have our circle right now. Then I'm going to do is go off to fill. I'm going to do is click on this color. First off, make sure it is perfectly placed. Click on fill, or whichever one you want basically. So I'm going to do is go off to properties, and then make sure to use whichever one you want. Convert to normal layer, and then change in the fill and also stroke, which you have over here. If it's still not working, we have to go to custom shape tool, and I'm going to do is click on path, click on pixels. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go off to Windows and open up my layer option, which we have over here. Is I'm going to do is fix in this layer first, which you already have. If it still doesn't work, I'm going to do is cut this off. I'm going to do is first off, click on this, press on no, click on new, A4, create. I'm going to do is let's start off by clicking on ellipse tool. We have our circle. I'm going to go off to colors and properties, okay? So first I'm going to do is remove this layer option. I'm going to click on properties. What I'm going to do is click on this specific one, which we have over here, cancel. Control T. You can use it just the way it is. We have it on our background, but let's say I'm going to do is make that circle on a new one. So we have it over here. I'm gonna do is click on that specific one, which we see over here. Go up to properties, adjustments, and all of those. You can change in the color later on whenever you want to. You can swatch it up. Say let's go to gradients or swatch. Or you can also go up to effects and change the color overlay. Let's say I'm gonna do is select whichever color I want to use, or make sure to use no color if you don't want any color. Press on OK. And if it's still, just the way you don't want it, keep it just the way it is. I'm gonna do is find out other ones. Let's say I'm gonna click on Windows, click on Workspace, Essential Default, or click on, let's say, Workspace and go off to New Workspace. Press on Save. Yes. And there we go. Click on Windows, Workspace, New Workspace. There we go. We have it. I'm going to increase the size a bit. I'm going to just make sure this is all a bit visible when I use it, so that I can see everything that's in here, basically. So you have comments, history, layers, all of them together. And I'm going to do is reduce the size a bit so that we can use, different ones on different colors and everything. We're going to first off need, let's say we're going to need properties. So I'm going to click on Windows. And we're going to search for properties. We have this over here. We can see just the way it is. I'm going to do is, as we have our circle just like this, I'm going to do is click on it and make sure to use our color, which is going to be totally different. First off, click on this. You can use whichever color you want. That's like totally up to you. Let's just try this again. We're going to do is cancel, click on ellipse, and there we go. We have it. Now in our properties, we're going to do is click on this fill and make sure to use this. And I'm going to use click on stroke and make sure to use black, which is always there most of the time. Let's just use 40, hit on enter. And this looks a lot more better, right? I'm going to just keep it just the way it is over here. But this time we're going to do is use one of the thing which we don't use most of the time, making logos. But I'm going to do is click on file, click on open. On your computer and on our resource file, we have something called ribbons. So I'm going to open that up. We're going to find it, which we have over here, ribbon. I'm going to do is select one of these ribbons, which I'm going to use in this lesson. So let's say I'm going to use this one, like this one, or maybe this one, whichever one you want. Click on plus, and I'm going to use this. There we go. Select on it and take it untitled 1. Control T. Hold on to shift. Make sure to hold on to shift, or it's going to be, won't look that good. There we go. We have it perfectly aligned, perfectly placed. What I'm going to do is keep it a bit at the bottom. So I'm going to do is reduce the size just a bit more. There we go. There we go. We have it. Now I'm going to do is put in my text on top of this. What I'm going to do is make sure to open up layers first. I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is over here. Okay, I'm going to do is click on this, click on layers. I'm going to do is add in another layer. And there's going to be my text. Let's say I'm going to put in fresh, old. Click on it. Make sure to use black over here, obviously. Press on OK. I'm going to do is take this specific text over here. I'm going to do is click on all of it. And I'm going to curve it up just a bit. You have to fix it up. Let's say I'm going to use arc. I'm going to use bend over here. Click on it and make sure to use the size to be a bit bigger. There we go. I'm going to press on this and I'm going to just fix it up. I'm going to click on this text. Click on this. I'm going to do is bend it up just a bit more. Press on OK. I'm going to do is click on this and there we go. We have it. And we can also change the color on this, so we can right click or go off to effects. I'm gonna click on this again, click on this so that we get a perfect, arc over here. There we go. We have it. I'm gonna click on this one. I'm gonna just click on effects, go off to color overlay, and now from here you can use whichever color you want. Let's say if I want black, I'm gonna use just totally black. Fix out the opacity to be, totally black. Press on OK. I'm gonna click on threshold, Control T, which we have over here. I'm gonna make it white. See, looks a lot more better, right? Thresholds. And you can use whichever or whatever, logo inside of this specific circle we have. Let's say I'm gonna click on file and open up whichever photo we want to use inside of this. Let's say I'm just gonna use any one of them I want, but this is going to be just for an example, so you don't have to do it, but just for showing purpose, I'm gonna just show it to you. And I'm gonna do is click on, maybe let's say I'm gonna click on this DOS charger over here. I'm gonna do select on this and select on the subject, which we have is this specific car. So I'm gonna do is fix out this specific car and then use it over there. Just gonna click on this tool, click on minus. I'm gonna just take it on this side. Hold on to control. Can see it. I just remove it. Hold on to Alt. Remove the parts. And there we go. We have it. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to take it up over there. Okay, over here, basically. Control T. Hold on a shift. Make sure to hold on a shift because it gives you, a better, result over here. So I'm going to take it up over here. And make sure to use it right on this ellipse. T, I'm going to do is increase the size. I'm going to increase it a lot more, but the thing is that I'm going to do is make some changes on it. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to do is create clipping mask. Not inside of this, but okay, doesn't look that bad. Okay, I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. Maybe, but I'm going to do is keep it over here. Let's say I'm going to do is go off to ellipse and I'm going to do is click on this and go off to properties and I'm going to use fill to be white. There we go. As we have our white now, I'm going to do is click on the specific one, layer, create clipping. There we go. We have it now. Then I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this Control T. I'm going to do is obviously change the color or, obviously we're going to do a bit of edits on this. Let's say I'm going to click on this over here. I'm going to click on effects, go up to blending option. I'm going to just fix on the underlying layer, press on OK, click on image, go to adjustment, go off to, let's say I'm going to do is find out threshold. I'm going to find out the specific one, whichever one we need. Press on OK. So there we go. We have our black and white. And I'm going to do is click on all of them, convert to a smart object. And there we go. We have our next logo. I'm going to use Control Shift Z. Convert to smart objects. And there we go. We have it. And there's going to be our last one. Control T. And I'm going to do is go off to over here. We're going to cut these off because we're not going to need them anymore. Just delete. The last one is going to be a videography type. So I'm going to do is use a couple of, rectangles. So I'm just going to use this rectangle tool over here. Click on this. I'm going to click on black. Let's just end it fast over here. What I'm going to do is click on rectangle tool. This works perfectly. I'm going to do is keep it right around over here. Okay, I'm going to click on this again. What I'm going to do is minus or maybe 0. 0 is perfect over here. But I want it to be a bit, straightened up. Okay, not that straight. What I'm going to do is find out this one. Looks better. I'm going to click on it again. We'll align it. So I'm going to do is keep it a bit, just the way it is. Well, this sometimes can be, a bit of a hassle doing it. Control T. I'm going to do is okay, this looks better now. I'm going to just keep it like this. Okay, not together. I'm going to do is obviously ungroup them. Select, and I'm going to do is, okay, I have to do is ungroup them together. Press on Control Z. Let's say I'm going to do is just keep it ungrouped. Let's just remove this one, okay, and use it on the next layer. Click on fill, click on black. Okay. Control T. There we go. Perfect. On a single try. So I'm quite happy about it. Then we're going to do is obviously use 2 circles over here. I'm going to click on this ellipse tool. Okay, make sure it is like this. I'm going to do is make sure that there are no fills, but obviously I'm going to use, let's say 30 pixels. Good. So Control C, Control V. Click on this specific one. I'm going to do is use this over here and use the other one over here. Perfect. There we go. We basically have it. Works a lot more better. I'm going to do is make sure to use it over here. Make sure to use it over here. And there we go. So we have our video graphic type of logo. What I'm going to do is put in my text. Let's say I'm going to click on this text option. Click on it. And obviously I'm going to make it black. I'm going to just cut this off. Let's say threshold films. And here it is. Make sure to keep it at the center. There we go. Click on all of it all together and convert it into a smart object. And we on the last one also goes to over here. Control T. Control T, Shift, and position it wherever you want. I'll do is threshold films over here. Control T, hold on to Shift, and there we go. We have this one too. Now, as all of our logos are done, I'm going to cut this one off. I'm going to click on No. We're going to open up our mockup files. Click on Open. T-shirt mockups. Let's just use them on, obviously white t-shirt because it won't be visible on the black one. But even if it is, I'm going to use it later on. Let's use the white t-shirt for this instance. I'm going to do is delete. Click on this. I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to first off take this one. I'm going to do is make sure to use or hold it on the black one or it's not going to be visible. Control T. There we go. We have our first design over here. See, it looks a lot really good, kind of good, That's a logo. What I'm going to do is press on No. Press on Control Z. Let's use the other one, threshold over here. Go over here, press on OK, Control T. There we go. We have another logo. Control T, Shift. Place it up wherever you want. This one looks quite good, right? This one looks quite good, and I'm quite satisfied with it. It looks quite good. I'm gonna just remove this too. I'm gonna go off to the next one. I'm gonna go off, paste it right over here. Press on OK. Control T. Hold on to Shift and get your exact, design or exact position. There we go. Looks good too. I'm gonna do is this one. Threshold photography. I'm gonna press on OK. Control T. Just make sure to put it on, a side, because this type of logos decide to be, looks better on the side. Press on OK. But if you want to put it on big, I can also put it on like this if you want to. That's like totally up to you. But this one doesn't look that good, so I'm gonna just remove this. Delete. But you can use it on various purposes. I'm gonna use this one on the last. This one will also kind of look good. Control T. You can see this looks quite good, a bit retro, a bit, the logo-ish. Okay, use whichever one you want. If you want to use a bit of, retro texture on it, will look a bit more better. So it's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. Then I'm gonna just remove the last one, and let's go to the last one, Threshold Films. I'm gonna put it over here. Press on OK. I'm gonna just take this one over here. Control T. Hold on to Shift, and there we go. Shift. You can use it on the side, or maybe on the big one. That's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you can use logos for your t-shirt designs and custom it up whenever you want or however you want. Well, these basically are like very simple and very classic. You can use it for various purposes. Even if you want to use it for your job, career, or even your t-shirt, well, you can follow these, just using basic shapes and stuffs. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. Now let's move on to our next video of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Welcome back to our another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. In this lesson, we are going to be learning about typography t-shirt design. Well, this is basically very simple, but we're just going to use text for our t-shirt design for making our own custom t-shirt design. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our lesson. As you can see, we have opened up Adobe Photoshop. I'm going to click on New File, A4, press on Create, and then we're good to go. Now we're going to make a couple of layers. So this is going to be our bottom layer. Bottom layer, okay? And this is going to be our top layer. So I'm going to do, let's just organize it. Hit on OK. Now, what we're going to do is going to be clicking on our text option. Click on text, lower map sum. What we're going to do is use a bit of fatter fonts on this one. So I'm going to do is make sure it is on the left side so we can see it. Okay. You don't have to worry that much. Click on this and use whichever font you want to use. But make sure to use a bit fatter ones. So let's just use this. Let's say I'm going to go down and find out. Okay, this one looks good. I'm gonna cut off this. Let's say, let's go on a ride into the wild. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna do is keep it to be like this. Works better. I'm gonna keep it on, Control T. I'm gonna do is obviously increase the size in such a way so that it looks good. Okay, this is a lot better. So I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. Now we're going to do is going to be using a bit of changes. Okay, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on layers. I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to take it up right over here. We're gonna Control C, copy, and we're gonna get it on the top layer to Control V. Control C, Control V. Okay, instead of that, let's just cut this off. Control C, Control V. So we have two of them over here. Now we're gonna do is make changes on different ones. You can see perfect. What I'm gonna do is make sure this is top layer. Okay, and the bottom layer, what we're gonna do is going to be using only, let's say, we're gonna click on strokes and we're gonna add in a bit of strokes properties. We're gonna go off to properties, and then we're gonna do is make some changes on this. Control A. I'm gonna fix it up. Okay, let's just click on all of these texts. I'm gonna go off to layers. On the bottom layer, click on, okay, let's just click on this effects, click on strokes. I'm gonna do is make sure the opacity is like full. Fixing the size. This is how it will look like. Click on the color. Now let's say I'm gonna use only the black. Press on OK. What we're gonna do is make sure that there is no color inside of it. So I'm gonna click on this color option. First off, right click on it, bottom one, and we're gonna do is rasterize type. I'm gonna do is right click on it. I'm gonna convert to smart object. As we have it on our smart object, I'm gonna click on properties. Control T. I'm gonna click on, let's say, this Control T. I'm gonna do is properties, and then let's just change in the color if possible. Okay, it's not visible. We have to, fix it up. Control Z, we're not gonna convert it into a smart object. Okay, so I'm gonna do is keep it just the way it is. Open up the layer options, Control Z, Control. Now this is how it will look like. Now still a text. I'm gonna click on this color, and I'm gonna do is make sure this is only fill. Okay, we're not using any color over here. Press on this, and then we're gonna do is obviously click on this effects, or click on stroke. I'm gonna do is fix in the size. I'm gonna click on the color, make sure it is black, press on OK. Fixing the opacity to be full black. I'm gonna do is make sure whether you want it basically inside or outside. So most of the time I prefer it to be on the outside, but I'm gonna just keep it on the center this time because we will need it to be like this. Press on OK, and let's use this top layer which we see over here. Now what we're gonna do is going to be make in a line over here so that it is not visible. Then I'm gonna do is click on right click rectangle tool. What I'm gonna do is make sure to use a very small stick of this over here. What I'm gonna do is change the fill to, let's say, white, or maybe a bit of gray. Click on this, Control T. I'm gonna do is rotate it in such a way so that it looks like this. I'm gonna zoom in, so that's basically how it will look like. I'm gonna remove this. Control D. It's kind of now better. I'm gonna click on this one, and I'm gonna just change the color. Control Z. Okay, click on this rectangle, click on properties, click on fill, click on black, or maybe a bit of gray, which we used. I'm gonna just increase the size of this. Click on this specific one. Control T. And there we go. We have it a lot better. Just remove this. Rectangle should be at the top. Control T. And do is zoom in. Just keep it like this. There we go. We have it. Now what we're gonna do is going to be making or cutting this part off. So I'm gonna use this part. This is the tool. You're gonna get it on lasso, polygonal lasso tool. So I'm gonna do is click on over here. And I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna zoom out and find this position over here. Here, 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 here. And we're gonna add it up and I'm gonna press on delete. We have to rasterize the effects. Okay, we have to do it on this one. Click on this. I'm gonna do is rasterize the type, delete. I can see this is how it will look like. So now you know how it will look like, okay? So there we go, we have it. We have our text. Now we're gonna use a bit of texture which we had over there. I'm gonna click on File, click on Open, click on Resources, whichever texture we have over here. So I'm gonna do is use this retro texture. I'm gonna do the same thing which I did most of the time with this texture. I'm gonna click on this blending option, convert to normal layer, click on Effects, click on blending option, fix out this one so that we don't have anything over here. Click on that and then we're good to go. I'm gonna take this off over there on this layer. Control T, increase the size. What are we even using? So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna take this one off. On the top, let's say I'm gonna do is take this one. Control Z. We don't need this layer basically. I'm gonna cut this one off. Just take this one over here again. Control T. Make sure this is, big enough. It's not working, so we can just keep it just the way it is, okay? It's kind of not working over here. So I'm gonna do is just delete it. We can just use it just the way it is. We can use different type of things over on this specific text. We can change the color. We can add in whichever type of effect we want to use. So that's like totally up to you. After you're done, just click on this layer option, convert all of them into a smart object. And there we go. We basically have it. This is our text design. You can use it. Now we can also use different kind of stuff. Let's say we're going to use, let's say File, click on Open. We're going to use a different, photo. If we want to use this photo, let's just use this photo over here. Now we're going to do is take this, convert to layer. I'm going to do is Control Z. I'm going to do is take this one over on this one. Control T. Control T. Could not transform the selected pixel because the 6th array did. I'm gonna do is let's say create clipping mask. We're gonna do that and see how it is looking like. Okay, I'm gonna press on Control Z. I'm gonna do is just take this one over here, Control T. You can use it just the way you want it. Okay, if you want to put it just on this one, what you're gonna do is just convert it to layers, and you're gonna open this up. We're going to find out the top layer, and in the top layer you're going to find Open and search for Place Embedded and use whichever one you want. Let's say you want to use this one, just click on it and then you're going to right click on it and create clipping mask. and there you go. You basically have all of the text on the black one. Well, let's say you don't want this photo. We're going to use the same photo which we set. Click on this top layer, click on this, place embedded. We're going to use this specific drip which we used in our our graffiti lesson. Create clipping mask, and there you go. Only on the black part or only on the fill. And if you want to use it on this one, you're going to click on, let's say we're going to find out the bottom layer. Click on file, click on place embedded, or we're going to do is take any photos over here which we have like this. I'm going to click on open, place embedded, as this is like totally, basically this is stroke, so you have to make sure that this is only stroke, there is no fill. But because if there is fill, it's going to get entered into this, so you have to make sure of that, and then you're going to place it on just the strokes. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on typography type of t-shirt design. And after you're done, obviously make sure to convert it into smart object, or else it's not going to work, or else sometimes it just goes off everywhere. I'm gonna select on all of it, convert to smart objects, and there you go. We basically have it, and you can open up any t-shirt. No, I'm gonna press on no, and you can place embed on this one. Let's say I'm gonna use place embedded, find the texture. You can do that if you want to, but that's like totally up to you. You're gonna work with it. So if you want to do that, you can also do it, but if you don't want to, you can skip this part. I'm gonna press on OK. I'm going to click on this effects and click on blending option and just fix on this one. And there you go. I'm going to press on Control T and just rotate it. Increase the size and press on OK. There we go. We have it. I'm going to just right click and create clipping mask, and you can see all of the texture is now on this text. Now click on both of them, right click, convert to smart object, and open up any t-shirt which you have or mockup file you have. Let's say I'm going to use this one. I'm going to just delete this and take this whole thing on this t-shirt, and there you go. Okay, I'm going to take this one again because the scratch discs are full. Okay, so you have to do is remove this. No, I'm going to just click on this, open up black t-shirt. I'm going to just take all of this and paste it right over here. Just Control Z. Now you can see it is working. Control T. Do is hold on to Shift, and I'm going to just paste it right over here. Hold on to Shift, and there you go. We have our design, which is only text. So I hope you understood everything about this lesson, and now let's move on to our class projects so that you can practice on with the whole lesson or the whole course which you saw. Welcome back to our lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Well, this is not just any lesson. This is going to be our class project or our first class project of this course. Well, in this class project, we're going to learn a bit of things. So let's go on to our work file, what we're going to learn today. The name of our class project is how to remove background of texture using blending tool. We have a description and also an outcome. So in our description, by using the blending tools in Adobe Photoshop, you can blend various images and graphics to overlay images and make it look professional and merge. Well, when you are using, a lot of different textures, different images, you have a lot of backgrounds, right? But you don't want all the backgrounds when it is merged on a specific photo. So we're going to use it to blend it up. That is why it's called a blending tool. Okay, we're going to remove the background of the texture by using that. Then we're going to go off to step 1. So in step 1, we're going to do is open up Adobe Photoshop. In second step, we're going to open up the image called brush effects in the resource file, where in our resource file there is another folder called just class project, which we are using in this specific project. Okay, so you can use it or download it from our file down there. You can use it, and then we're gonna do is open up layers from the right side of the panel on the Adobe Photoshop, or if it's still not on your panel, we're gonna do is click on window ribbon and then find out layers. Then in step 4, we're going to do is convert the image into a normal layer so that we can convert it into, or let's say we're going to use the texture. Then in step 5, we're going to click on effects below layer and use blending option and use this layer until you get your exact result. So we also have our outcome. So the outcome is learning how to remove background using blending tool. This is very important and helps you to get a professional result by selecting the exact part which you need to use. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to Adobe Photoshop. You can see it over here. We have opened up Adobe Photoshop. We're going to click on open. What we're going to do is go off to resources, and we already have another folder over here. We're going to find it. We have our class project file over here. We're going to do is open this up, and you can also see that this is kind of like, already selected. So I'm going to do is Control Z. We're going to use, let's just use another photo which has a bit of background. Now we've opened up our brush effect photo. Now we're going to do is going to be converted, or maybe use a couple of steps. We're going to find out layers. So if you want to find out layers, it's on your right side of the panel. You can see it over here. Or if it's still not over there, you might, sometimes remove it just like this and then press on cross. If you can't find it, just go off to Windows and you can find it from over here. Find on Windows and then go off to layers. There we go. We have our layers over here. What I'm going to do is keep it right over here. You're going to convert it into a normal layer. There we go. We have our normal layer ready. And the next thing I'm going to do is go off to layers. Okay, click on layers and go off to effects. Go off to blending option, which is the last step. And just like I said, find this layer option and make sure to use that. You can see that I used this one. So now you know how you can remove the background. What you're going to do is press on OK. We have the opacity. You can fix the opacity. That's like up to your blending option. But as you can see, when I take this on the side, you can see the white stuff. But when I remove this, you can see that all the outside white stuff has been removed, because this is the black part. If you do the black part will be removed. If you do the white part will be removed. So it's like up to you. And you can also fix the underlying layer. If there's anything black underneath, you can do this over here, and also white stuff over here. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to fix this. So I'm going to keep all of them over here. I'm going to press on OK and keep it there. And I'm just going to use it, keep it somewhere around 196. Okay, 196 to 198. That's like the perfect one to get your exact result. Now you can see only we have our exact texture, our exact, whatever we have on our, texture file. So hope you understood everything about this lesson, and make sure to put your, how you did your work and put this in our project panel so that we can see how you're working on your project too. So make sure to practice a lot more, because this is like very simple to do and takes just a couple of seconds to fix it up. And you can use it on different panels, different photos, and also manipulate it whenever you want. And if you want to blend it more, just click on this, go to blending option, and then you can fix out the blending option by fixing on the opacity and all of those. You can see it like this, and there you go. Okay, so let's move on to our next class project of this course. Welcome back to another lesson of Adobe Photoshop T-shirt design. This is going to be class project 2. The name of this class project is how to use the quick selection tool. Description: by using the quick selection tool, you will be able to select specific parts of an image and take that exact part to another image and also manipulate it. Well, we're going to go through steps, okay? So in step 1, we're going to do is open up Adobe Photoshop. And the next step, we're going to open up the image called terrain, which is going to be in our resource file. In step 3, we're going to use the quick selection tool from the left side of the panel. If you already know about the interface, we already know where that is. Then we're going to do is select the mountains from the image. So only the mountains. We're not going to select the sky or anything else. And on the step 5, we're going to drag the selected mountains in another document and save it. So what is the outcome? Learning how to use the quick selection tool is a very important process because it helps you to select specific part of an image to manipulate. So without any further ado, let's just open up Adobe Photoshop. As you can see that I have Adobe Photoshop opened over here. I'm going to click on open. I'm going to go off the terrain, which is over here. And there we go. We have it. I'm going to click on quick selection tool. It is already selected. We're going to find it over here. Right click and you will find it over here. I'm going to do is remove this, and I'm going to do is fix out the brush size because I'm going to need it to be a bit bigger. Okay, we're going to need this. I'm going to do select on, drag it until I get my exact results. I'm going to do is increase the size a bit more. Okay, not that big. So I'm going to do is Keep it somewhere around, okay, a bit more, obviously. There we go. Looks a lot more better. We're gonna get our exact ones later on when we are not, when we are done selecting all the parts of this image. There we go. All of them is like quite perfectly done, but what we're gonna do is get a bit of effects by using, shorter brush and editing a bit on the ones which we don't need or which we need. So I'm gonna do is select on the parts like this. I'm gonna do is control and navigate around all of them. Okay, looks quite good on all sides and perfectly, obviously perfectly, selected. But if you see any faults, you will make sure to fix it up whenever you have to. I'm gonna do is zoom out. I'm gonna do is go on the right side, do is zoom in. There we go. Looks good. And there we go, we have it. Now I'm going to do select on this. I'm going to do select and take this out. We're going to first off open up a new file. Open, custom, create, and I'm going to do is take this one over there. I'm going to do is zoom out, press on Control T. I'm going to do is fix out the size. And there you go. I'm going to do is fix out this one too again. And there we go, we have it. So this is basically how you will be able to work with it. Now you have to do it on your own, and after you're done, make sure to paste it or just give it up or give it on our project panel so that we can see it and inspect it. And if you feel like you didn't understand and you still can't do it, then please let us know. But there is a hack, or let's say a shortcut key. When you select on this, you basically use the brush tool, right? You can see it like this. You can see only the brush tool is being selected. But when you press on Alt, you can see that the plus is now a minus. So you can, deselect the parts which you have selected. Let's say this part is selected. I'm going to deselect this part and this is removed. I'm going to select this part. I'm going to click on Alt. And I'm going to do is also deselect the part because I don't need it. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And let's move on to our next class project of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. And if you didn't understand a part, I'm letting you know again. Please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. Thank you. Welcome back to Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. This is going to be class project 3. The name of this class project is how to use threshold or threshold of images. Okay, so I'm gonna do is we have this description and also we have a couple of steps and also a couple of outcomes which you can see over here. Okay, so in our description we have, by using threshold you can get professional looking and cool looking designs and photos to get more ideas about color pattern. So let's just go off to the steps, which is one of the main part. So in our steps we have open Adobe Photoshop. What we're going to do is open the image called art in the resource file. What we're going to do is click on image ribbon and select adjustment and find threshold. In step 4 we're going to do is find the perfect range of your desire of the threshold. And in step 5 we're going to make duplicate layer and use whichever color range you want to use on the one you are using your threshold. And in the outcome we have is learning how to use thresholds helps you to make professional looking streetwear designs and get ideas on how to change color on specific part of images by selecting the range of light. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto Adobe Photoshop. You can see we have opened up Adobe Photoshop. I'm going to click on open and then we have art. Now open this up and this is basically it. Now what we're going to do is going to be, instead of turning or selecting any part, I'm going to just click on this object. I'm going to do is click on image and I'm going to click on adjustments, which is the step. I'm going to click on threshold, which we have over here. And then you're going to just fix out the exact part you want to use. But before that, let's just select on the parts convert to layers. We're going to do the same step which we did on the first one. Click on layers, click on effects, click on blending option. We're going to do is get the exact one. You can see this is how it will look like. You can see I'm going to do is take out this part too. We're not going to need that. Let's just use this exact part we are using. Okay. There we go. We have it. I'm going to press on OK. And we like have this specific one. I'm going to do is click on image, adjustment, threshold. First off, make another layer of this, control C, control V. Now we're going to do is make changes on this top one, which we have over here. I'm going to do is go off to image, adjustment. And I'm going to do is open up threshold again. I'm going to do is find out the part. Let's say I'm going to do is use whichever part you basically want. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it on somewhere around. It's not that visible. So make sure to use this like this. And I'm going to do is press on cancel for a while and remove this part. Click on image again, adjustment, threshold, so that it isn't, you know, just dark enough. I'm going to do is use this. Whichever part you think is like working well. Now as we have it, I'm going to press on OK. And in this part, I'm going to do is add in a bit of color over here. And when you click on this, you can see this is how it will look like. What I'm going to do is click on this, click on effects. I'm going to go off to color overlay. We're going to do is add in a bit of effect. You can see this is how it will look like. I'm going to do is click on this and press on white, press on OK. I'm going to do is fix out the opacity. We're going to do is fix it just like this. Okay, there we go. We have it. Press on OK, press on this. I'm going to do is click on this again. Click on, you know, gradient overlay or whichever color you want. Gradient overlay. Let's just go off there. I'm going to do is, let's say, okay, instead of gradient overlay, let's just go off to color overlay, or maybe go to blending option first and fix out the part which you want to use. You can see this is the part, how it looks like, you know. So that's like totally up to you how you're going to work up with it. So I just prefer, you know, using whichever part I want. You can see this is just the part which I'm using right now. You can also select it up. That's like totally up to you. And you can change up the color. Okay, change up whatever you want. You can go to image, go up to adjustment, and select whichever level or exposure you want to use too. You can fix out the exposure just like this. And fix out the offset too if you want to. That's like up to you, whichever one you're going to use. But I'm going to do is not use that because I don't need it right now. And then you're going to do is click on effects, click on to gradient overlay, and then you'll basically see that it is happening on the outside. You can see whichever one you want. You can see. Okay. Fix out the scale, fix out the opacity, or fix out whichever one you basically want. And then you'll be basically see that there are effects applied. Or what you can do is when you are done with this, what you can do is just click on it, click on select just the subject. There we go. We're going to select just the subject, which we have over here. All of them is selected. I'm going to click on another file, click on new, click on custom or A4, click on create. I'm going to do is take out that part over here. We have this mask over here. I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to delete it because that part is already over there. I'm going to do is take this one too. I'm going to do is click on select, click on subject. There we go. We have it. I'm going to get the subject over here too. I'm going to do is take this one off over here. I'm going to just paste it right around over here. And there you go. We have it. You can see this is how it will look like. I'm going to do is click on it. I'm going to click on effects, click on blending option, and fix out whichever part you want. And fix out whichever color you want to use. Let's say this is black. Then fix out whichever one. Let's say this is going to be how it's going to look like. Okay, I'm going to just keep it however it was. You can fix out the parts. You can fix out color overlay too. I'm going to click on color overlay. Click on whichever color you want to use. Press on OK, and then fix out the opacity. You can see this is now changing color. You can fix out the gradient overlay. Select out, let's say reds. I'm going to find out reds. Use whichever one you want. Fix out the opacity. And there you go. You basically have the exact, you know, color. After you're done, just convert it into smart objects. And there you go. You basically have the whole effect applied on one subject. So hope you're done with this lesson and you understood everything about this. and please make sure to practice it on and do your own thing, whatever I did, and make sure to put your work or your results into our project panel so that we can see it. And if you're facing any problem, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. Welcome back to our another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. Well, this is going to be our class project 4. So let's just go on to our Word document to see what the name of our class project is and what we're going to learn in this class project. So the name of our class project is how to create clipping mask and place embedded. So we have a description and also our outcome. So by using clipping mask and placing embedded helps you to embed any image on a certain object. It mainly allows you or forces an image or an object or object onto a certain shape, image or object, etc. So let's see our steps. First up, we're going to do is open up Adobe Photoshop. Then we're going to open the image called R2 in the resource file. We're going to make a new document and make an ellipse. And step 4, we're going to do is remove the fill out of the shape, which is going to be our ellipse. And in step 5, we're going to do is take the image, which is named R2 and embedded, or clip it inside the circle. So let's learn about the outcome, or what can we learn from this. Well, learning how to use clipping mask and place embedded helps you to use the exact image or graphic onto a certain area of your desire, either as a fill, shape, or even outline as a pattern. So without any further ado, let's just open up Adobe Photoshop, and after you're done with it, make sure to put your work or your project into our project panel so that we can see what you're working on or how you're progressing with it, and make sure to see every part of it. If you don't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. So first thing I'm going to do is click on open, and we're going to do is find out R2. We're going to click on it, and basically it will be opened up on my screen. We're going to use this photo. Then I'm going to do is going to be click on new, and we're going to do is, let's say, A4 perfect, as we have this photo and also we have our new. So I'm going to do is right click on it and make an ellipse tool. Hold on to shift so that you get a basic, good one. So I'm going to do is press on Control Z, click on this. And the next step was removing the fill. So click on fill and select on this, and basically you have it. But I'm going to do is increase the stroke so it is a bit more visible. Let's say I'm going to type in 10, hit on enter, and this is a lot visible. Now we're going to do is either make clipping mask or place embedded. So we're going to do both of the methods. So let's start off with place embedded. Click on layers. I'm going to click on this, select on this. I'm going to click on file, or maybe let's just go to place embedded. I'm going to do is click on R2. I'm going to click on this, and this has appeared over here. And the next thing you're going to do is click on OK. Right click on it and create clipping mask. You can see basically this is how it will look like, because the center is now without any fill, and that is why it has turned into our, let's say, the outline. So what we do is, if we even increase the stroke size, it will be visible. But what we're gonna do over here is click on this ellipse again, Control T, which we have over here. Click on properties, click on this fill, click on white. You can see now it is a lot more visible. Okay, so now you know how it will work. Now after you do is click on this art, and you can change the position wherever you want. So let's say I'm going to keep it just the way it is over here, and there we go, we have it. Now you can do other way of just clipping mask. Okay, well, both of methods are quite the same. What we're going to do is first off convert this into a normal layer, and then we're going to do is take this up over here, click on this, and I'm going to do is press on, let's say, zoom out, Control T, hold on to shift and place it wherever you want. Now I'm going to do is right click on it and create the clipping mask. There we go, we have it. So this is basically how you make clipping mask or place embed on a specific object with a specific photo. Now if you want to use it only on the outline, you can also do that, just like we did on the first one. Click on this ellipse, click on properties, click on fill, nothing. I'm going to do is click on this, let's say I'm going to type in 100. As you can see, this is quite thick. What I'm going to do is take that photo, or let's say I'm going to click on this, click on open. Okay, let's not just open, click on place embedded and open up that exact photo. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to do is create clipping mask, and you can see that this is only on our stroke right now. So you can see that the stroke looks a lot more better, right? And after you're done, if you want to make it into a shape, right click on it, convert into a smart object, and there you go. You have your exact shape or your exact circle, and it will look just like this. So make sure to use whichever photo you want if you want to, but if you want to use that exact photo and try doing the same thing, you can have it in our resource file, which will be given in our project panel. You can upload your work also on our project panel so that we can see it. And if you didn't understand any part, please let us know and we'll guide you through the whole process. And thank you for watching this video up till the end. Welcome back to another lesson of Adobe Photoshop t-shirt design. This is going to be class project 5. So let's learn about what we're going to learn in this class project. The name of this class project is going to be how to use polygonal lasso tool to cut text. So we also have a description and also an outcome. So in our description, by using polygonal lasso tool, you can remove text and objects and use only the required area you want in your work. So let's just move on to steps. In first step, we're going to do is open up Adobe Photoshop. And second step, we're going to do is open up a new preset, which is going to be according to your desire. Then it's going to be type in your text, whichever one you're using. And step 4, use the polygonal lasso tool to remove the parts you don't need. Then you're going to do is remove. Now, how are you going to remove that? So when you're going to remove it, press on Control and Delete, or Control D, or let's say just click on the delete which you have on your keyboard. And the last thing is customize your text according to your desire. So the outcome is going to be learning how to use polygonal lasso tool. Helps you to remove the parts of text which you don't want to use in Adobe Photoshop while working, which helps you to make professional type of designs and also get your desired type of results. So without any further ado, let's just open up Adobe Photoshop. You can see we have opened up Adobe Photoshop. What we're going to do is open up a new file. Let's say I'm going to use A4 because that's the one I'm using most of the time. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is going to be typing in my text. Now, I'm going to open up a new layer and I'm going to do is click on text, click on anywhere over here, click on this text, and then we're good to go. I'm going to click on this, select on black. Okay. So as we have our text, I'm going to do is type in 3 more of them. I'm going to type in, let's say, lorem. Okay, I'm going to copy the same thing. Ipsum. I'm going to do it one more time. Lorem ipsum. Okay, so I have 3 of these. Okay, this is 1, still 1. I'm going to press on Control T. I'm going to do is increase the size. Hold on a shift so that you get, all the size increases all at once, height and width. I'm going to click on this OK. Now what I'm going to do is going to be obviously used in the lasso tool this time. I'm going to click on this lasso tool, but this is just the lasso tool. If you want to use the polygonal lasso tool, right click on this tool and you'll find out polygonal lasso tool. And then you're going to do is select the parts which you don't need. Let's say from here to here, let's say I'm going to do is I don't need this part. I'm going to do is I don't need this REM. You'll find out like this. Press on D. Okay, rasterize. You're going to do is right click on it, rasterize the type, and you're going to press on delete, and there you go. You can see that we have removed this. I'm going to do is select on anywhere outside, and there you go. Press on Control D, and that is removed. Okay, so that is how you can remove the text, whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to use a couple of these one over here. I'm going to do is remove this P and S. Click on this polygonal lasso tool. I'm going to do is remove these parts too. Just remove this over here, delete, Control D, and just click on this. Just select the parts which you don't need. There we go. Delete the part, Control D. There we go. We don't have that one either. I'm gonna do is remove EM over here. I'm gonna do is take this part. I'm going to do is select it perfectly, delete, Control D. There you go. We have all of it all together. Do zoom out, and this is basically how it works. Now if you want to edit this, I'm going to do select on this. I'm going to select on Control T. Do select on this, Control T. You can change in the color however you want, but you will not be able to change color on this because this is now rasterized. This is not just any text, okay? I'm going to do is Control T, click on effects over here, click on effects, click on color overlay. I'm just going to edit it however I want. Basically, I'm going to do is select on whichever color I'm going to use. Let's say I'm going to do is make sure to use something blue. You can see now I'm using a bit of blue. And if you want to use gradient, you can also do that. That's like totally up to you. Click on gradient overlay, click on gradient. Then you're going to do is first off, remove this color overlay. I'm going to do is not multiply. I'm going to do is click on normal. Select on whichever color you want. Let's say I'm going to use is a bit of blues, just like I said. Or I can also use a bit of purples. That also works. I'm going to use blue. Let's say I'm going to use a bit of pinks. There we go. Then you're going to do is fix out the angle according to your desire until you get your exact results. Okay, works perfect. Just fix out the scale it up a bit. And fix radio or whichever type of style you want. Let's say reflected. Okay, looks a lot better. After you're done, just press on OK. So this is like obviously optional. Now that's like totally up to you how you're gonna work with it, but this is the steps of how you're going to do it. And after you're done, make sure to drop your work on our project panel so that we can inspect, and if you're facing any trouble, you can let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. So thank you for watching this video up till the end and hope you learned everything. So let's move on to our next one.